A very good morning to one and all. Myself, Ms. Preeti Banerjee, feel honored to welcome you all on behalf of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing on the second day of National e-webinar on blended learning, flexibility and centricity to the learners. Here we'll start with the e-poster presentations, remaining e-poster presentations. So the participants are requested to be attentive during this session. We'll start with e-poster presentation, code number P07.
As procedure. Okay, objectives of my study is to assess the effect of breast scroll on episiotomy suturing pain, to assess the effect of breast scroll on behavioral response on the mother during the episiotomy suturing, to associate the result with selected demographic variables. So here I have done the methodology. Design is experimental posters design. Setting was Krishna Hospital. Then the number of mothers were 371, which have done through the convenient sampling technique. And the inclusion criteria was the full-term mother who achieved that is 38 weeks of gestation, and excluded all the forceps and vendors, also cesarean section. And ethical clearance have taken. Then for the procedure of data collection, this verbal consent as well as the written consent have taken from the mother, and I told the mother also about the breast scroll and its benefits. Like, so immediately after the birth of the baby, I put the baby on the mother's abdomen and observed all the movements, like the sucking reflex, pushing of the hands, pulling of these legs, that everything observed during the breast scroll. And just I have done that, just covered with the mother and baby in a clean towel, and observed that skin to skin contact and the effect of the breast scroll. And for assessing the pain, used Wong Baker's faces pain rating scale. It indicates no pain and worst pain. And for the behavioral response, observed through the structured parameters, self-structured parameters, which was favorable, satisfactory, and unfavorable. Then the result, that was the proportion of the successful and unsuccessful was out of 371 babies, 344 were success. That was 93%, 27 were 7% was unsuccessful. And the most of the mother, that is 149, got heard little more, and nobody was means 12 mothers were there in 12, and that was the 3% that was hurt worst. And for unsuccessful, most of the mother, that is 11 mothers and 41% of mother were hurt little more, and one, that is 4% were there in the hurt worst. Then effect of breast scroll on the behavioral response, which I have observed, that is maximum 186 mothers were successful. That was 54% for the favorable. They could achieve the breast scroll very properly. When the mother were able to hold the baby, everything was good. Then means they allowed the mothers allowed for the suturing during the breast scroll. Then the association I have observed, that was significant association with some demographic variables such as educational status, occupation, monthly income, habits of the mother, sex of the baby. That was p-value was less than 0.05, and some like which was not significant where the age of the mother and weeks of gestation. And in behavioral response, also the significance was related to the age of mother in monthly income and sex of the baby. P-value was less than 0.05, and behavioral response Then for unsuccessful, I have observed that association with demographic variables like there was no significant association between the demographic variable, that is p value is more than 0.05, and the significant association was less than 0.05 with some variables like age of the mother, monthly income, and sex of the baby for the behavioral response. Then many studies have been conducted for this, that is Fernandez and also then Padmapriya. So they also observed the similar findings, and they also saying that their study also concludes that it is effective. So to conclude this, I can say that for the breast cord, this definitely promotes the skin-to-skin contact, and the baby themselves will take their feed, and also it promotes, it initiates the oxytocin. So that will definitely reduce the amount of analgesics or amount of sedatives to introduce into the mother. So to conclude this, it is very effective study. So we all can practice this in our settings, hospital settings. So thank you.
Our next participant is P08.
Good morning. My topic for presentation is effectiveness of foot massage on side effect of chemotherapy patient. And the patients selected here are breast cancer patients. Chemotherapy is one of the selected choice of drug or side of treatment for the patient who is having cancer. And apart from treatment, the chemotherapy drugs are providing a lot of side effects, which are causing a lot of disturbance, discomfort, and disturbing their day-to-day life in their patient. Chemotherapy having a lot of side effect, and so instead of giving allopathic treatment to control the side effects, I have selected a foot massage as an adjuvant therapy to control the side effects. Objectives of my studies were assess the side effect of chemotherapy among cancer patients. Second objective is to assess the effectiveness of foot massage and side effect of chemotherapy, and associate the results with selected demographic variables. Randomly, I have selected 40 female patients who is having a breast cancer and undergo chemotherapy. Patients who were in the deliberating conditions, or ulcers, fracture, having a serious side effect or complicated conditions are excluded. Questionnaire consisting of first part as a socioeconomic variable, second part as a side effect of chemotherapy among the cancer patients. Foot massage was given for the period of 20 minutes twice a day for the first 3 days of chemotherapy. Post-interventional assessment conducted on the third day of chemotherapy after the intervention, and 40 patients were included in this. Frequency percentage distribution used to describe the socioeconomic variables, whereas mean, median, percentage, standard deviations, p-test, and Kaiser test were used to associate the results with selected socioeconomic variables with results. Among socioeconomic variables, maximum patients, as 15 patients belongs to, 21 patients belongs to above 50 years of age. Maximum year staying in nuclear family, 24 patients. 26 patients were housewife, mother occupation. 23 maximum patients belongs to graduation, age category, education category. and 28 patients maximum are having 6 months of duration after the diagnosis of cancer. Almost equal patients here were selected from the rural and urban, like the maximum 24 patients were from urban area.
Now, the next code number is P09.
People to address the social determinants of health. We all know that we as nurses, especially I'll be focusing on the nursing care. So we as nurses are taking care of the patients in the clinical area. But the most important is if we are dedicated to the community care, we become more practical and efficient nurses. So actually community care can be blended if it is blended with the clinical care, it becomes a very good outcome for our society, for our people of the society, of the community, and especially the newborns. My highlight is on the newborn care. It is facility-based newborn care, which is a program under the National Health Mission. And this is consisting of immediate newborn care, the emergency newborn care, and resuscitation. So I took the help of this conceptual framework where I could reflect or completely talk about my research study that is done on the newborn care. This was actually proposed by the National Academy of Medicine, Science and Engineering in the year 2015. And this framework was updated in the year 2019. And this specially covers or more highlights on the community care. That is why I have utilized this. And in this, I have covered the complete research methodology, which I have used in my study. Basically, in this, the main highlight is on the triangle in the center, which contains 3 domains, that is the education, the organization, and the community. Related to this, to the education, the training was given to the skilled birth attendants. The skilled birth attendants are the GNM nurses, the ANM nurses. We also have got the BSc nurses which are posted in the rural setup. So that is the district hospital, the sub-district hospital, the first referral units, the rural hospital, and 24/7 primary health centers, because here where the deliveries takes place for all the 24 hours, and this comes under the umbrella of the organization. These are in the community, the stillbirth attendants are the trained stillbirth attendants who are trained specially in deliveries and taking care of the newborns. So this program of facility-based newborn care is under the National Health Mission and in this community. So these are the community servers, we call as the community nurses. Education, so the training was given to these nurses, that is the SBA. Plant teaching was there, training and retraining. Especially this retraining was given for the retention of whatever knowledge and skills was taught to the skill birth attendants related to newborn care. And for this, audiovisual aids, that is the PPTs, videos, hands-on training, that skill training was given using all the articles and instruments, and how to take care of the newborn with whatever facility is available at the health center. That is why in the health center, we see, especially in the primary health center, we just have a newborn care corner where we take care of the newborn, without any sophisticated articles. So that was very important, which basically is very much required, or the skill birth attendant should be an expert to take care or decide whether the newborn requires an immediate care or a resuscitation care, or needs to be transferred to the further health centers like the sub-district hospital or district hospital. So this is what is there, this is the main core of the education or the social determinants. Now coming to the social determinants, it is related that the social determinants should be required, or it should be recognized by the health workers so as to give, critical or very equitable healthcare to all, at all the levels of the community, and especially the newborn, because these newborns are the future of our, nation or the nation's health. So right at this level, if the community care is given best with the good training, that was the idea behind this study. Now, the healthcare facilities these are all the setup at the community level or the organization, what we see. So they are related to the organization. The healthcare facilities, what we have in the FBNC package is the newborn care corners. You have got the special neonatal care units and the newborn care corners, or we call it as NSU, that is newborn stabilization unit, or at the district level, you have got special newborn care units. And this is where the skill birth attendants are being trained. And once they are trained, they give, or they are posted in these healthcare facilities to give the best newborn care. So after this training, it is expected, or the objective was to improve the workforce of these skill birth attendants, and which was attended after giving them the training. So the improved workforce facility, and of course, this had an impact on the neonatal care. And also, I would like to say that this had an indirect impact on reducing the neonatal mortality in the selected district where the study was done. Though we have all these facilities, but still there are some intermediary determinants, which that is the barriers to care seeking, delay in deciding the care, delay in reaching at the health facilities, because these are some of the determinants which are observed at the community level. So even those, these are the, we call it as the determinants which may cause a delay in giving the care. So this also needs to be kept in mind by the SBAs when they are providing care at the community level. Now, this is where the skill birth attendants were given continuous training, that is training and retraining. It was at the 3 points of visit where the monitoring was done, the evaluation was done by giving the pre-test and the post-test. And the results were really very good. It was seen that there was improved knowledge as well as the attitude, and the best skills was there in the skill birth attendants. These dotted lines are reflecting that whatever the training and retraining was given, the retraining was given because, yes, of course, the skills cannot be learned at one instance. So there was training and retraining given specially related to the skills as to how to, dry the baby, how to give position, do suctioning with whatever available is there, especially at the newborn care corners and the resuscitation. So this was continuous with 3 point of visit every 6 months, which took a period of 3 years. And finally, there was absolutely very good results. That is, it had a very good impact, and surely, as I told you, indirect impact on reducing the neonatal mortality, which contributes to the health of the India or our newborns of the country. And so this conceptual framework has been very, very effective, especially to recognize all the health workers, the importance of the social determinants. If this is kept in mind, it's sure that the practices or whatever care is given is almost becomes excellent. Thank you.
Our next participant is P010. Next participant for each presentation is P010.
Good afternoon, all respected dignitaries. I am Mansi Kamli, first year MSc Nursing student of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. Today I am here for my poster presentation. Blended learning is our topic, and in that I have selected SAMR model. So here is my poster. The SAMR model was developed by Dr. Ruben Buitendura. S stands for substitution, A stands for augmentation, M stands for modification, and R stands for redefinition. Substitution implements technology as direct substitute. Substitution replaces traditional activities and materials like lectures and paperwork with digital versions, while augmentation involves incorporating digital enhancements and elements like hyperlinks or multimedia virtual bulletin boards using an app like Padlet, where students can post questions, links, and pictures. Modification about using learning management systems like Google Classroom, Model, Schoology, or Canvas to handle the logistic aspects of running a classroom. Redefinition enables activities that were previously impossible in classroom. Example, virtual pen pals can connect students to other parts of the world. Substitution and augmentations is coming under enhancement, while modification and redefinition is coming under transformation. Technology allows significant redesigning of tasks. Blended learning has given various models. So this was one of the model which is included in blended learning. Now I would like to summarize. My model is substitution, augmentation, and modification redefinition. The model was developed by Dr. Ruben Buitender. I have referred Oxford references, which is cited from the given website, and Udopia.org, which is cited from the below given website. Thank you.
Our next participant is P011.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. Myself, Mahesh Pardeshi of first year MSc Nursing from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. Today, I am here to present my poster presentation on blended learning. My topic name is Online Driver Model. I am sharing my screen. Online driver model. It is important to note that the online driver model make use of two primary types of online teaching content for students, some of which may be delivered by a teacher, albeit over a live streaming platform such as Zoom. For instance, this type of synchronized teaching means that an entirely virtual class of students receive the same instructor or teacher-led education all the same time. Definition of online driver model: the complete opposite of traditional face-to-face instructional environment. Students work from remote location, example from their homes, and they receive all of their instructions via online platform. Where the online drivers work space, it's space remote and distance learning, teacher who cannot meet in person often, students looking for independent and college prep, and students who have physically impairments. What are the benefits of online driver model? It is flexibility, 24/7 support, self-paced, taught by certified instructors, focus learning, stay on track. How to implement online driver model? Issuing teachers with appropriate technology in their home will also be essential. It may involve upgrading their internet connection so that stream lessons and demonstration can be offered in higher definition. But this will not always be necessary, depending on the course content that will be delivered in the curriculum. A high definition document camera, a webcam, and good microphones will be that is needed. I am refer from Sonic Web Library. The link is below. Thank you.
Our next participant is P012.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. Myself, Aarti Patil, first year MSc Nursing student of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamote. Today I am here presenting the poster on blended learning. So here I am sharing the screen. So, what is blended learning? The term blended learning is generally applied to the practice of using both online and in-person learning experiences when teaching students. So, it also known as the hybrid learning or mixed mode learning. So, there are some tips which are implement the blended learning. So, first, move the basic concept of your content online. So, in that, optimize the time spent in the classroom by moving the content related the basic concept of the subject matter online and conduct an instructor-led session for the advanced topic or practice. Then second, analyze the learner and their work environment. So in that, the conduct through the analysis of the learner and their work environment to design your blended learning strategy. Then third, design the learning blend based on the learning outcome. So here, design the blended learning approach in a such a way that it meets learning objective over the specific format or technology. Then next, use LMS to implement the blended learning strategy. LMS means learning management system. So use LMS to perform the various tasks such as scheduling instructor-led session, conducting pre-classroom learning activities, creating the learning content repository, reinforce the learning, assess the learner, generate report. So last, document the blended learning initiative. So documentation is very important. So document the detail of blended learning initiatives such as learning outcome of the program, profile of the learners, mode of the delivery, time required, people needed to implement, and financial resources. So here I am concluding the topic. So we are seeing tips. There are some tips which are implement the blended learning. So thank you.
So the remaining e-poster presentations will be done after the session. Now we'll start with today's session.
A warm good morning to all. So we are here on the second day of the session of blended learning. So I would like to welcome today's speaker for this day. So today's speakers, what we have is Dr. Ajay Shamarti, Assistant Professor, Department of Formative Sciences, Garhwal University, Srinagar, Garhwal. Dr. Sheetal Bhandari, Associate Professor, Department of Community Health Nursing, Lalitpur, Nepal. Dr. Manjunatha Nagaraj, Associate Professor, Department of Community Health Nursing, Mysore, Medical College and Research Institute, Karnataka, and Dr. Anshu, Professor, Department of Pathology, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Sevagram, Varda. So, behalf of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, a warm welcome to the resource person of today. On this occasion, I also welcome our chairpersons of today, that is Professor Dr. Harpreet Kaur, Principal, Department of Nursing, Chikara School of Health Sciences, Chandigarh. Professor Dr. Hepzibah S., Principal, Chettinad College of Nursing, Chennai. Professor Dr. Nancy Fernandez, Principal, SNDT College of Nursing, Churchgate, Mumbai. in-house faculties, all the delegates, invitees, welcome to the second day of sessions on blended learning. Now I hand over the mic to Dr. Prabhaki Dasilla, Director, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamote, to deliver a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Preeti. Good morning to everyone. So I welcome all the resource persons and delegates for today's e-conference. I will just brief you what happened from yesterday till today. So yesterday, the e-conference started at 9:30 with the invocation song by fourth year BSc nursing students. Thereafter, there was lamp lighting and welcome address by Ms. Preeti Matthew, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. On this occasion, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashank D. Dalvi sir, was available. He addressed the participants. He appreciated the efforts of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing for selecting the theme for this conference, which is apt in the current pandemic situation, that is blended learning, flexibility and centricity to the learner, which is on 3rd and 4th February 2020. He also said that MGM New Bombay College of Nursing is always ahead for selecting such themes which are to the national relevance. The first session thereafter was started with overview of blended learning, which was done by Dr. Prabha Dasila, and it was chaired by Dr. R. Ponchitra. The next session was role of teacher and role of learner, which was delivered by Dr. Siddharth P. Dubashi, Professor and HOD Surgery, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. Dr. Dubashi connected us from the time of ancient history where Shushruta already blended the learning, the teaching learning method. His session was amazing, and the students, the participants were very happy attending his session. His slides were beautifully elaborated, and he also emphasized that the teacher's role in the current blended learning mode is not separate. It is they have more responsibility than the previous traditional method. Thereafter, the session was done by Dr. Anis Bashir, who is the Professor, Department of Internal Medicine, Wayanad Institute of Medical Sciences, Wayanad. He has done on models of blended learning. His session was amazing. He detailed different models which can be used for blended learning. The presentation was very informative and thought-provoking. Now today we have process of blended learning, in which the first speaker is Dr. Ajay Simalte, who is the Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Gadwal University, Gadwal. He will be delivering on content development for blended learning. I have heard you, sir, in the previous conference. That is why I understood that there is no other person than you who can deliver good information on this particular topic. And you are a famous teacher on Swayam platform, and you have done a lot of modules which will be really useful for all the participants, for the future trainers or future learners of the blended learning. I welcome you, sir. Along with you, we have the chairperson, Dr. Professor Harmeet Kaur, Principal, Department of Nursing, Chitkara School of Health Sciences, Chitkara. Madam, you are, I think, very popular young nursing head. I welcome you for chairing this session. session on assessment and evaluation of blended learning, summative and formative evaluation, which is very important when we are dealing with any academic program, which will be done by Dr. Sheetal Bandare, Associate Professor. I'm very sorry, our Preeti Matthew has made it as Department of Community Nursing, because we are used to nursing, that is why. But the Dr. Sheetal Bandare is from Department of Community Health Sciences, Academy of Health Sciences, Lalitpur, Nepal. So, sir, we appreciate you. You were there yesterday, also logged in to the previous session, and I welcome you for this session today. Another very young, popular nursing professional is Professor Hipsiba S., Principal, Chettinar College of Nursing, Chennai. I welcome you, ma'am, on this platform. The next session will be delivered on present and future state of blended learning by Dr. Manjunatha Nagarajan, Associate Professor, Community Medicine, Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, Karnataka. I contacted Dr. Manjunatha and he was very busy. It is his simplicity that he called me back, and I'm really amazed seeing your simplicity and humbleness. Thank you very much, sir, and I welcome you for today's session. And it will be the session will be chaired by Ms. Susan Jacob, Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamote, as Ms. Jyoti Chaudhary is not keeping well today. Next session will be on best practices in blended learning by Dr. Ansu, Professor, Department of Pathology, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Sevagram, Varda. And this institute is a renowned university institute, and Dr. Ansu's sessions were heard by our faculty, and we are really waiting to listen from you, madam. Thank you very much and welcome to this session. The session will be chaired by Dr. Nancy Fernandez, Principal, Leelabai Thakarse College of Nursing, Churchgate, Mumbai. Madam is my teacher and a very popular nurse professional. She will be chairing the session. So we are just eager to hear from all the renowned speakers today. So welcome and thank you very much. So please go ahead with your sessions. Over to Ms. Preeti Banerjee.
Thank you, ma'am. Words are powerful motivators and have the ability to transform the history of a nation and bring transition in perception and mindset of people. So I take this privilege to invite our first chairperson, Professor Dr. Harmeet Kaur Kang, Principal, Department of Nursing, Chitkara School of Health Sciences, Chandigarh. She has done her PhD in nursing and postdoctoral fellowship from Johns Hopkins University, USA. She has a rich professional experience of more than 20 years. She is a member of many professional bodies and has 31 publications to her credit, contributed to 4 book chapters when patent filed. She has participated and organized many conferences, workshops, and presented 15 papers, and has actively contributed as resource person in many conferences and seminars. She has contributed to e-content in Swayam Loop and is approved PhD guide. Madam has many awards in her credit. Naming a few is Best Researcher Award in the International Scientist Award on Engineering, Science and Medicine, held on 19th and 20th of December 2020, Chennai. Best Research Paper Award for paper at Chitkara University Doctoral Consortium, held on November 12, 13, 2021. We welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. And thank you so much for my introduction. I think you have chosen a very apt topic because this is the need of the hour. And as the technology has evolved and the learning has changed a lot, nowadays, along with the traditional classroom, we are harnessing the power of online resources also. So we are coming up with the blended learning models. And I was going through Dr. Ajay's CV also, and I have seen that he has done a lot in this online learning. So I think he's a very appropriate person for talking about content development for blended learning today. So I'm very happy to introduce him today. Dr. Ajay Samalti, he is the assistant professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences at Garhwal University, Srinagar, Garhwal. And he's having a professional experience of more than 19 years. And he's the SWAYAM coordinator at his university. And I'm very happy to tell you that he's the world's top 2% scientist by Stanford University Research 2021 and 2020. So we are really very happy to listen to you, sir, today. He's having 11 research projects and published more than 84 papers, 11 books, 3 patents, out of which 2 have been granted. And he's highly cited researcher and is also reviewed for many journals. He has delivered more than 200 invited lectures and developed 22 online courses, including 2 SWAYAM massive open online courses on academic writing and industrial pharmacy. I'm happy to tell you that I think so last year during the COVID time, Sir has also developed the program for SWAYAM Prabha channel. So I was also one of the person who has developed on nursing research and statistics. So that time, sir, I heard about you. So I'm very happy that I'm able to introduce you today. So he has got many awards. DACO Foundation postdoctoral research fellowship he has done. And he has been invited by Mijo University, Japan as visiting scientist for research. And he has also got the National Research Award by UGC New Delhi and Young Scientist Award of the Year by American Council of Science and Technology. So he'll be the apt person to talk about the content development, development in the blended learning, because he has already developed a number of courses. So how to make the these online courses more immersive, more engaging? Let us listen from Dr. Ajay. So over to Dr. Ajay. Thank you.
I'm sending my photos to my friend. So thank you. Thank you,
Participants, excuse me, sir. Participants,
modest introduction. And a very good morning and chilly morning from the lap of Himalayas, from Srinagar, Garhwal. I'm Prabha ma'am. Very good morning. And a very warm welcome from our university. That is Garhwal University, which is Central University. Oh, I'm very happy to be here and to talk with that. And I think my time starts now. For 45 minutes, I'll be discussing, coming to straight away to the point. When I'm talking about the blended and flipped learning, this is not a thing which has come today or just yesterday or in the previous year. It has been in the veins of teaching and learning for decades. But now we have felt that, yes, it is important. Actually, it has always been important. Without blended and flipping the learning can't be completed. In the ancient time, when the gurus used to blend the theoretical aspect with the practical aspect, that was the evidence of blended learning. And it is not about always blending and flipping is not about preparing for an online course. No, it is not like that. Everyone can't be the producer. Now if we are teaching, we must know that how we can utilize best. I guarantee you, even without creating your own content, you can utilize a lot of wonderful material and give them in a platform and place before your students. So rather than digging a well for years and years and putting the efforts, why not just to open the tap of that pipeline which has entered into your kitchen or the room? That is easier, I think. And that's why the blended and flipped learning is important. Blending and flipping, I think in the previous sessions, you might have got the blending and flipping and the things. So in 45 minutes, I'm going to give you the resource where you will get the more and more things for blending and flipping, number one. Number two, some tips and tricks, or you can say some resources that what you should do and what you should not do when you are planning for the blended and flipped learning. You know, it is easy to prepare the material, but until a teacher gives his or her hand on that particular content, it can't be effective. There are a lot of material in Google. There are a lot of material in network. There are a lot of materials available in internet. It is the teacher who can make it presentable. That's why the blending and flipping is called. I'm telling you, lot of material, ma'am. Dr. Harmeet, ma'am, you have done your PDF from Johns Hopkins University. Wonderful courses from Johns Hopkins University. Online courses freely available. Not just year before. For a long time ago, they are available for free. Many edtech platform came up with the free courses just due to COVID. But Johns Hopkins have been providing the courses quite long time. Wonderful courses. Community and with respect to the biomedicals, very, very important, very, very crucial topic. And it is the timely demand. What I was discussing, that Johns Hopkins University, before taking to my presentation, meanwhile I'm sharing the content. The Johns Hopkins University, when there was the outbreak of this COVID, it came up with a real-time clock of numbers of COVID cases. And that is the need, that at right time, you should come up with the right thing. Okay. So this is a part of my brief presentation where I'll be triggering you. Yeah. So friends, I'm just keeping this on for your full screen putting. So welcome to Machendranath Gadwal University. First of all, it is a university located in the lap of Himalayas, and basically I'm a researcher. I just happen to be the online happen to be in the online learning or this learning for last 4 years. Now, what we need to do for our regular classroom teaching and other things, what kind of resources we need to learn. So I'm here to make it easy for you so that we can just a minute. Yes, that would be fine. Blended and flipped learning, the content creation. And luckily, I am a Microsoft certified master trainer. I excelled in learning and preparing the content. So what is the agenda today? That ICT-based education, innovative education, Microsoft resources, being MI, and I'm also going to give you a Microsoft certification along with this thing. ये ध्यान रखिएगा that एक ऐसी चीज बताने वाला हूं. I'm going to let you know a thing which is going to trigger your urge to learn about more and more regarding the blended and flipped learning. What NEP, National Education Policy 2020, talks about no silos. There must not be communication. जो major चीजें जो मैं आपको बताने वाला हूं, that no silos, the equity, access, quality, the 3 cardinal principles have always been there. Now the major thing is ICT based. Blending and flipping is there. Light but tight. No, I always feel I am strong believer that nothing can replace a teacher, a physical teacher, an importance of physical teacher, physical teaching. All these things, if I say ICT based or online courses, they can facilitate the teaching and learning. They can never replace. They can never replace. The transition towards inclusive learning. Now, inclusive learning is utmost important. We have to take all our stakeholders, all the types of learners, all the types of students. Now, why it is important to focus on the blended film learning? Because we want to improve our triangle of influence. Look, when you are teaching, you are not teaching to just the toppers of the classes. You are teaching, toppers of the classes are just 10%, maximum 10% of the students. Best performance. Rest 90% we are not thinking of. We are not bothering about. This blended and flipped learning improves the inclusivity in the class. That formal face-to-face education, when we put with the online resources, you come with the blended learning. This, you know, simple. Okay. Now, blended learning arc starts from group discussion, ends in the group discussion. That the buzz activity, so that student can express themselves freely. This is utmost important. That's why, because inclusivity won't come until the democratization of, it means all people are talking. When we do the gupshup na, and chai party, kitty party, do we think that some do we allow some person to sit like fufa of a particular like fufa ji kehte hain na, baithe rehte hain, wo muh phula ke? We don't allow any person, isn't it? That is inclusivity of that kitty party, na? That party, that learning is a pleasant experience. We shouldn't allow any student to sit like a fufa, isn't it? We can't allow. As a teacher, I can't allow. I don't allow. And I feel that, I take it personally, that it's my failure. If somebody is sitting idle, doing nothing, that democratization we have to trigger. You, me, are the teacher. The teachers have the responsibility of putting the efforts to inclusivity. And this is very easy job. Not just you have to take tricky the things. You know, sometimes if you say that you want to slide down a rock, do you need the muscle power always? No, you just have to put your little brain there, and with little force, you can roll or shift a particular rock even just by using some boards or some pulley size sort of things. In the same way, when you talk about the face-to-face learning, online learning, blended learning, the models are there. Informal and formal education, when are put together very smartly, your students are doing rather more smartly than you do or you know, actually. That's why it is the challenging task. Bhaiya, humse zyada hamara student janta hai. You can't make them fool. Blended learning is all about rotation model, flex model, a la carte, and race virtual model. And you can rotate the thing. Now, a little bit before going to the core point, core discussion, that you can rotate the student on a fixed or teacher-led schedule to encounter learning experience with at least one being online. It may be station rotation, lab rotation, flipped classroom, individual rotation. You send some of the students, just like in medical colleges you do, you send some of the students for a few days to the ophthalmology, few days to the community medicine, few days to the orthopedic, this rotation kind of thing. Lab rotation, student rotate to a computer lab. At least one component is online when this rotation is being done. Flipped classroom, primary content delivery is online. You give something, oh, I'm going to let you know about the anatomy of like anatomy and physiology portion regarding the renal system, or renin angiotensin system I'm going to discuss. So I'm giving a GIF or animation kind of thing regarding the RAS before coming to the class, one day before. So students have gone through that, and you will just discuss that thing. So when we are putting our efforts on focusing increasing the amount of our discussion, the amount of time which we are spending on discussing. Discussion is important. Discussion doesn't mean that I am talking and you are listening. This is discussion. No, this is not discussion. There must be two-way communication. Individual rotation. Students have individualized playlists. They rotate or work with at least one component online. The flex model. Primary instruction, online delivery. Then in-person enrichment through small group of instruction, group projects, individual tutoring. A la carte when it is completely online. Just like the online courses. However, there is even in the online courses, mentoring is required. If I'm hosting a course, academic writing, I'm hosting a course on industrial pharmacy, it is supposed that if your college, your student have taken as a part of the subject, there must be a teacher assigned for that particular course who is also enrolled there and who will be mentoring the course. भैया उसको बताने वाला तो चाहिए ना, उस स्टूडेंट को, टीचर को भी पता रहे कि भाई स्टूडेंट क्या पढ़ रहा है. If any issue is there, he should be or she should be ready with the solution. Enrich virtual model. कोई जो मैं कह रहा हूं, these things are not alien kind of thing. These are around you only. We just have to. जैसे घर में हम किचन में घुसते हैं ना, तो किचन में घुसते हैं तो कई बार सब्जी नहीं है, तब भी हम कुछ ना कुछ बना ही लेते हैं ना. This is about optimizing the resources. We are having everything sufficient, rather more than sufficient. If you go to the internet, World Wide Web, materials are flooded there. You just have to place them in such a way that the learning goes effectively. As far as the flipped learning is concerned, it's a pedagogical approach in which direct instruction move from the group learning space to, mark my word, group learning space to individual learning space. And the resulting group space is transformed into a dynamic, interactive learning environment where the educator guides student as they apply concepts and engage creatively. It's about transition from group activity to the individual activity. Okay? We can use a lot of things when we are using the flipping the learn. It is about going in between to the online resources or these digital resources when I'm talking about the flipped learn. और ये हम करते हैं आपस में, ऐसा नहीं है कि पहली बार हो रहा. A flipped class is one. Flipped class क्या है? That inverts, mark my words, that inverts the typical cycle of content acquisition and application. मतलब पहले हम कंटेंट को इकट्ठा करते हैं, उसके बाद अप्लाई करते हैं. इस साइकिल को हम इन्वर्ट करते हैं. पहले अप्लाई करवाते हैं, तब कंटेंट को ढूंढवाते हैं. पहले हम उससे बोलते हैं, उसको ऐसी चीज देते हैं कि उसका दिमाग दौड़वाते हैं. We try to force the learning, the brainstorming we induce in them. और तब कहते हैं अब बता इसको पढ़ के ये कैसा लगा. It is just like that you have seen a review of a movie and then going out to see a movie. Your perception will be a little bit different. Student gain necessary knowledge before the class. Instructor guides students to actively and interactively clarify and apply that knowledge during the class. देखिए, the main thing is जो काम हमें पसंद होता है ना, वो हम बड़े अच्छे ढंग से करते हैं. वो पसंद करवाना टीचर का काम है, शिक्षक का काम है. It is the duty of a teacher. It is rather easy to create the interest. It is an art. Nursing content you know very well. But how to communicate that knowledge is an art. वो pedagogical technique मुझे सीखनी पड़ेगी. When we are doing the flipped learning, that equal access you are providing to the all students, my emphasis on focusing all the students rather than limiting to one or two. Educator receive immediate feedback of understanding level. Deeper understanding. Inclusivity, when I talk about, it is not about the student. Parent भी है, educator भी है, वो learn कैसे कर रहा है. अगर आप देखें, the private institutions or the institution abroad, they have the inclusive stakeholders, the parents are also stakeholders, and they are given the report of the progress of the student continuously. Preserve instructional time. When we are going with the blended and flipped learning or the online tutoring we are having, what we are saving time. भाई एक बार मैंने लेक्चर बना दिया, उसके बाद बच्चे को दे दिया. अगर मैं फिजिकली जाता हूं तो I will just teach once, but the prepared content can be repeatedly seen by my students. That is the beauty. And even the average or below average student who couldn't understand in one single read or one single time, he or she can view the same again and again until the understanding is perfect. Now, if you say the creating content, most common thing about the content, PowerPoint. PowerPoint slides, just I want to clarify a few things. The PowerPoint is all about 6x6 rule. No more than 6 words per line and no more than 6 lines per slide. Rather, I say that not more than 4 or 5. 6 is rather more. If it is 6 words per line, then okay, 6 line can be there. But if words per line are more than 6, you should limit it to 3 to 4 points. One thing always remember, don't bombard the content into one single slide. Because our mind can retain only a limited information. When I'm seeing particular thing, obviously I'm not listening to anyone. At the same time, the synchronous activity, because the synchronous learning is a little bit uncomfortable. You must add visuals that enhance your content. देखिए ब्यूटिफिकेशन के लिए मत डालिए, फैंसी स्लाइड होना जरूरी नहीं है. Make it more easy to understand. When we say that, draw a well-labeled diagram of a kidney, say for example, well-labeled TS or VS of the heart, human heart. Do we say draw a beautiful diagram of heart? No. In sciences, when we are here, we don't go for beautification of the content. We go for the well-labeled labeling. The content-wise, it should be, factually, it should be correct. Simple transition must be there. The special effect, transitions, don't waste the time in those things. I could have given so many transitions in those slides, but no, it doesn't solve the purpose. And font sizes, even physically people are sitting, even I have seen many speakers putting the slides where even sitting on the laptop or the phone, you have to focus like this, that what is writing there in font, little bit font and bombarded with this. Don't do that. So whenever you are creating the content, this is the first lesson, that make it effective, make it factually correct, make it visible easily, make it engaging. The basic thing, whatever we prepare, because we know whenever we are talked about the content creation, we say that PowerPoint slide. However, it is not a sole parameter, sole thing. Let's see some more things. That if you see that when we talk about the content learning, it is a data of US I got from Microsoft. 73% of teachers report working in classroom with students reading levels that span over 4 or more grade levels. Even in the US, 52% of teachers in the US have English as a second language learners in their classroom. But to speak of India, 72% of classroom have special education students. And up to 50% of instructional time can be lost to managing student need, including assistive technology. What is very important? that building the future classes, foundation for future success. Students grow their potential and gain independence. It is utmost important that whatever we are talking about, whatever the content we are creating, whatever the blended and flipped learning efforts, they must be focused on interdependence, developing the interdependence, so that not only independently a student can work, they should also learn working in the team to solve that particular issue. So student can grow their potential and gain independence. Teachers are more empowered to engage every learner. That engagement is the key success. Many people have created a lot of e-content. See the views. See the overall utility. School build reputation, and it is the reputation. Not only it is about the student and teachers, it's also about the schools. Universities and school institutions, they develop a rapport on the basis of the e-content, on the basis of those content developed by their faculty members. And this becomes very important when we talk about the NRF ranking, talk about the NAC grading and other kinds of data. Now, there may be various kinds of issues with learning, visual, hearing, mobility, neurodiversity, and mental health issues. And unfortunately, in India, it is not much focused. We just say that student is dumb. Why she is dumb? Why she is dumb? What is the problem she is facing? He is facing. We don't bother about. This is a very typical thing. But today's learning tool, whatever the learning tool we are using, whatever the content we are creating, it should be free, it should be built in, it should be mainstream, it is non-stigmatized. Now, I'm going to give you a thing that for inclusive classroom, reading, writing, math, communication. The classroom must have these 4 components. The quadrant for that, let's note down this website, education.microsoft.com. I have been associated with Microsoft for a quite long time. We have the A1 institutional license for free from the Microsoft. One thing I want to let you know that for blended and film learning, for e-content creation, the best platform it provides. And you can create a lot of content through the Microsoft resources. For that, I request you to go to the education.microsoft.com. And today itself, I'm going to give you the opportunity to earn the Microsoft Innovative Educator certification. Kya karne ka hai? Go to the education.microsoft.com. I'm just going to take you there in the real time. You will earn a badge on Microsoft Innovative Educator. Okay? आपको मिलने वाला है. करना क्या है आपको? You just need to do little bit efforts. आपको थोड़ा सीखना है. Say for example, you want to learn about the Office 365. It is one of the most important tool, Office 365 or MS 365. It provides a bunch of resources through which you can record PowerPoint recording you can do. In the PowerPoint slide, you will be seen there, and by the your webcam only, you can record. And many e-contents have been prepared through this Office 365. And very easy tutorials are there. Just see there, learn it, come back. Okay. Rather OBS, if you want to work on the OBS, open broadcasting software, it is a open source software. It's very easy to work. But okay, if you are unable, I'm telling you, just go to the Microsoft resource. If you are having Office 365, because for that Office 365 is needed to be purchased. Okay. So what we are doing to just in 10 minutes, I will let you know the process. To get recognized for your work as an innovative teacher, you can become, I'm a certified MI master trainer. Okay. So, and that's for, there is no monetary benefit. This is all about teaching and learning, sharing the things. You get the certificate from Microsoft and you keep on learning new technologies for free, completely for free. Many edtech platforms provide it with huge, payment, but Microsoft provides it for free. Now, let's take you to the hands-on and just hold on and just stopping the sharing. And I'm giving you, first of all, in your chat box, you will see education.microsoft.com is that particular website. क्या करने का है? और for that you need, for login, you need only the Microsoft ID. For the Microsoft ID means Outlook ID, or the what you can say that Hotmail ID is also the Microsoft ID, not Gmail, Yahoo, or Redis. Okay, so if you are not having, you can just create an email ID of that particular for login into. Yeah. Now I'm giving you the website. Simple. If you just आप केवल चैट अपने गूगल में खाली इतना ही डालेंगे ना, तो you will come to know. Okay, this I'm giving this go to everyone. Yeah, this is the education.microsoft.com. If you have any Hotmail ID, the person who are having the Hotmail ID, Outlook ID, Microsoft ID, or institutional Microsoft ID, there are institutions who give the Microsoft IDs. Okay, so you can also log in through that. तो करने का क्या है? I'm taking you directly, ठीक है? To my Chrome version. चलिए Chrome की तरफ चलते हैं. Now let me take you to the quickly. 2-4 steps हैं जो बाकी जो instructions होंगे वो मैं आपको बताता रहूंगा. Whenever we are, इतना डालेंगे आप education.microsoft.com, it will automatically. Microsoft का लर्निंग का प्लेटफॉर्म, Microsoft की जितने रिसोर्सेज हैं, और ये रिसोर्सेज कंप्लीटली फ्री. जो आप सोचते हैं यार ये कोई मुझे सिखा दे, वो कोई मुझे सिखा दे, it would be very good if someone can teach me how to use the OneDrive, how to use the Microsoft Teams. These are the resources available. You have the resources available here. So just go to this here. You need to. Now, if you are a K-12 for primary and secondary educators, you will click here. Otherwise, higher education. So for higher education, there are the certain different sources, different resources available by the Microsoft. Okay. Now you go to this register through your Hotmail ID. Say for example, I am already enrolled here at with my ID of SwayamHNBG. So my profile, if you go to before going to letting you know the things, I'm going to let you know that what you should learn. There are the small courses of 1 hour in which you 2-minute video will be there, 3-4 videos, and there will be a quiz after that. So you will be able to learn the things comfortably and for teaching and learning. So whatever is relevant to you, just go for that. So there are courses available. If you want to learn about the Office 365, the course is available there. Just search, you will get. So you will learn how to create the content with the help of Office 365. How to use the Microsoft Teams, you know the Google Classroom, but Team has got the wonderful platform. I will let you know simply by showing my class that how I do it. Learning path, if you want to learn about the creating a set of courses which is useful for a complete overall learning, is called learning path. You can go for a set of courses and you can do that. Okay. And the important part in Microsoft Innovative Educator program, you can earn the badges and the things, and it is not about monetary benefit. It is about making your teaching and learning effective with the help of these resources which are freely available. You just go there, go do these courses. Say, for example, I'm taking you to these. Yeah. If I go for my profile, if you say that in my profile, you will find all the courses and the badges available there. Say, for example, this is my profile. These are the courses which I have done, the badges and the certificates by the Microsoft are there. So what you need to do, say, for example, you want to learn about the Microsoft Teams. You want to learn about the Microsoft Teams. So you go to the course and you can learn the course. The badges will be here. The certificates will be there. It's not about the certification. It is about the making the thing effective. Okay. So just giving an example of how you can create the content effectively. So just sharing, I think I should share my entire screen to you. It would be better rather than going here and there. And this is my Microsoft team. Say, for example, now I think you can see the entire screen. Don't worry. Give me, this is in the last 15 minutes of my discussion. Say, for example, this is the Teams. Microsoft Teams are, you might be using the classrooms. Microsoft Team भी free आता है. Microsoft ID के साथ आप बना सकते हैं. Now, what is the advantage? That you have got the two spaces, V space and me space. This is a part of course, you can say. You can learn the thing. You can learn, you can make the class notebooks here. Content notebook and student notebook. One student can't see the notes of other students, but yes, you can do as a teacher. You will say, you will give them assignment. They will put the assignment, get back to you. Moreover, say, for example, you have given them a diagram of heart in the collaborative space. This is the notebook which I have prepared. Notebook is divided into collaborative space and the content library. Say, for example, in collaborative space, if I click the collaborative space, आप देख पा रहे होंगे, collaborative space means teacher and student both can write there. Teacher and student both can write there. Now, in the collaborative space, I can put the diagram and will say to the student, हाँ भाई, label करो इसको. So one student will label here, one student will label there. And by this way, we can do the wonderful, like classification of polymers. Can you see here? Yeah. This is the thing. I can write here flow chart, right? I've given the instruction. The student can write something. This is the collaborative space. भाई मैं आज बात करना चाह रहा हूं, बात just like a chalkboard. आप कहते हैं हाँ बच्चा इधर आओ, इसको बनाओ. That you can do it here, real time में भी, और आप ऐसे भी छोड़ देते हो, बच्चा जो करेगा वो आपको दिखेगा. Simple things. You not to do anything. You just put some diagram and class activity आप perform कर सकते हैं. And you can put the content library. You're the entire school. Say for example, this is my. Say for example, I'm telling my students about the polymers, or maybe the, say for example, the let me take you the solubility and dissolution. So there's some topics which I teach. I have put my own YouTube videos there. Just you up YouTube कर सकते डालेंगे, that will be inbuilt there, and the YouTube lecture will be visible. That it is taking little bit time due to because हम इसमें बात भी कर रहे हैं, इसलिए जो है. And you can take this assignment and all the things. एक बार आप use करके देखिएगा, you will find it more convenient and easy to create the content here with the help of. You can not only just create content creation का मतलब हर बार PowerPoint नहीं है. You can prepare the audio lecture with the help of insert. Insert menu is there. In the insert menu, it works only when your cursor is in the body of the page, not on the title. Okay, remember this thing. So you can add not only the files but also the audio files there. आप अपने आप रिकॉर्ड करें लेक्चर को और वो उसको वहां दे सकते हैं. चलिए, अब मैं इसको यहां फिनिश करता हूं. एंड व्हाट आई एम गिविंग यू द अपॉर्चुनिटी नाउ. now if you go to the, अब मैं आपको एक कोड देने वाला हूं. If you have the instruction I will be giving to you, in the instructions, हम स्क्रीन तो शेयर कर ही रहे हैं ना, ठीक है, रुकिए. Here, when I will be giving you a code to redeem, you will enter the, you will enter to the redeem code section of the redeem code. In profile, you go in, you will get the redeem achievement code. You will click that redeem achievement code, and the code which I am giving to you, you just enter here. You will get your this training workshop, whatever I have told you about the blended learning, flipped learning, or Microsoft Innovative Educator certification you will get from the Microsoft immediately. Okay, you just click redeem and it will be there in the profile. You can do it within 24 to 48 hours also. So let me give you the instructions to you. आपको instruction देता हूं. Yeah, this is just sorry. मैं आपको, I'm putting these instructions into the this is the code which I'm going to enter the code only. The code which I'm giving to you is this is the code, और आप इसको डालिए और करिए. मेरा कहने का मतलब, in such a small time I cannot tell you each and everything, but I can tell you the quality resource from where you can get this thing. This is the code. If you are already with me in synchronous time में, आप इसको code को डालिए, redeem कीजिए, and you will get a Microsoft certification code. So I'm stopping the sharing for a while and directly entering in the last part. In the last 5-7 minutes, I'll be discussing, I'll be completing this aspect of content create करने के लिए कोई जादू करने की जरूरत नहीं है. There is no magic is required. Requirement is just the technique and the platform where you can blend the contents. You can put the content. There are so many videos which are in Creative Commons license, which are available there. Johns Hopkins University, University of California, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. The courses are available there. Now, what you need to, there are elsewhere provides. मैं आपको बता दूं. This is very important for nursing. Anatomy and physiology के लिए 3D models are available. Just search. नहीं तो मैं आपको प्रभा मैम को भी मैं पूरी जो डिटेल है, जो रिसोर्सेज है वो भेज दूंगा. There are things are available. आपको पूरा 3D मॉडल मिलेगा. बोन का हो गया, ऑर्गन का हो गया. It will be rotating your, I think Johns Hopkins University has already also done this kind of courses. That things are available. Elsewhere also provides the resources for nursing specifically. You have to just include them in your teaching and learning. So this was about getting the MIE certificate, and you will get the certificate like this. आपको इस तरह से courses को आप करते रहिए, जो आपको लगे थे कि जरूरत की चीज कीजिए. With this, before I conclude, मैं आपको केवल एक चीज बताना चाहूंगा कि it is not typical to get the things done. ये कोई typical नहीं है. आपको करने से पहले मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि content whenever you are preparing, it must be factually correct. Number 1. आप ये ना सोचिए कि fascination के चक्कर में, अच्छी स्लाइड बनाने के चक्कर में जो एग्जैक्ट जो फैक्चुअल करेक्टनेस थी ना वो लूज नहीं होनी चाहिए. दैट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. यू मे लूज सम कलर्स, यू मे लूज समथिंग कि हाँ ठीक है थोड़ा दिखने में ठीक नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन चीज सही होनी चाहिए. दिस आई रिक्वेस्ट यू. यू कांट स्किप द फैक्चुअल करेक्टनेस. So this is very important with respect to, if I say that I'm just taking you to a few slides and then I'm concluding my session. So we also host a course on academic writing, as you know. in the arena of Swayam HNBG, Swayam platform. So I invite you all for joining the academic writing course, and the links will be available. मैं आपको link provide करूँगा और मैम को साथ भेज दूंगा. आप स्वयं पे जाएंगे. Whenever you will go to the Swayam, you will see that it is available there. चल छोड़िए, इसमें मैं आपको जो है, I'm just directly giving you to the links screen only. चलिए स्क्रीन पे ही आपको देते हैं. बेटर है कि मैं आपको स्क्रीन से ही चला जाऊं. प्लीज देखिए, एकेडमिक राइटिंग कोर्स विच हैज ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड ऑन 7th of January 2022 विद आवर टीम. देखिए, जो पढ़ने पढ़ाने के अलावा जो रिसर्च की एबिलिटी है उसको इंक्लूड करने के लिए वी हैव कम अप विद द कोर्स. दिस इज माय बेटर हाफ एंड माय कलीग हु हैव वी आर देयर इन एकेडमिक राइटिंग मूव, जिसमें कि हम रिसर्च की बात कर रहे हैं. रिसर्च पेपर, एकेडमिक राइटिंग, थीसिस, डिसर्टेशन, वी आर एट द ग्लोबल लेवल, appreciated by the Ministry of Education, and we invite you to join. I think more than 6,000 are already joined in this cycle itself, और overall 60,000 मार्क हम क्रॉस कर चुके हैं अपने लर्नर्स का. The links which जो यहाँ आपको दिख रही हैं वो मैं एक combined link में दूंगा. We have also come up with a book on academic writing, and we have got a very wonderful response for that. Another pharmacy course is there on the arena of that industrial in the Swayam itself. And जो हमने कहा ना, कंटेंट क्रिएट कैसे करते हैं, उसमें इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट करना, लेबोरेटरी एनवायरनमेंट, एक्चुअल एनवायरनमेंट को रिकॉर्ड करके देना, दैट इज द थिंग्स विच आर इंपॉर्टेंट. इट इज नॉट ऑलवेज अबाउट गोइंग थ्योरेटिकल. आप उसे 3D, उसको डायमेंशन अलग दीजिए. श्योरली यू विल गेट द एंगेजमेंट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स विद द eye catchy engagement, eye catchy infographics and other things. These are the playlists which I'm going to share you, and the courses we have prepared, the 4 courses on the, as ma'am was saying, that for the Swayam Prabha itself in the phases, various phases. And one more thing, एक बात और बता दूं, पॉडकास्ट. बहुत सारी चीजें, जैसे कम्युनिटी मेडिसिन आप पढ़ा रहे हैं, कम्युनिटी नर्सिंग है, कई चीजें ऐसी हैं जो केवल लेक्चर से चल जाती है. क्या हम उनको पॉडकास्ट, यानी जैसे यूट्यूब है, वीडियो चैनल है, यूट्यूब में आप वीडियो बनाते हैं, आप कुछ चीजें लेक्चर बना के बच्चों के साथ शेयर कर सकते हैं. आप एक चैनल बनाइए, मेरा पॉडकास्ट है bit.do/AW podcast 70. आई थिंक अमेजन में भी अवेलेबल. एकेडमिक राइटिंग, you can prepare your own podcast. There are courses available for me on Pharma State Academy. The free courses as well as the paid courses are available. So the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do, with preserving the character, with a request to preserve the character. अपने कैरेक्टर को, अपनी एकेडमिक इंटीग्रिटी को जरूर मेंटेन करके रखिए. इसी प्रार्थना के साथ I just conclude my session and thanking you in anticipation for joining our MOOC. Questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajay. It was a very engaging session, and I would just summarize what you have just now informed to our audience. You talked about particularly about inclusivity of the students. Means not only we have to think about the students who are the advanced learners, but we need to think about all the students, and equally we have to involve them. And then you also talked about the rules for making the PPTs, PowerPoint slides, and also different resources which you have talked about. Microsoft Office resources, that was wonderful. Although we are using Microsoft Office, I think so many institutions are using, but whether we are utilizing all the facilities which are available, I'm not sure. So it's good that it was I was very happy to know about different resources which we can get, and we can also get the Innovation Educator certification. So thank you so much for informing our audiences about all these things. And also I must congratulate you about your different activities which you are doing as an educator. I think so, like your Swayam MOOC courses, and then your own podcast, YouTube channel. That's wonderful. I think everybody might have got the motivation to do something extra as an educationist. So thank you so much, Dr. Ajay, for this wonderful session. Thank you
ma'am.
so much, Dr. Dasila. Over to Dr. Prabha Dasila.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, sir. It was a comprehensive session. I think already people must have been ignited to go through your academic writing and all other modes of preparing the lectures and other academic materials. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prabha ma'am. Thank you. Thanks to you and thanks.
And thank you,
to
Dr.
all your team
Harmeet. Thank you
members.
very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. It was an excellent session. I'm very grateful to announce our next chairperson for the session, Professor Dr. Hepshiba S., Principal, Chettinad College of Nursing, Kelambakam, Chennai. She has rich professional experience of more than 21 years. She was meritorious candidate in PhD nursing with Dean's commendation for excellent doctoral thesis from world's top-ranked University of Adelaide, Australia. She has designed the comorbidity services in government regions of Australia, co-chair of many funded projects of Australian Research Council, presented paper on legal aspect of healthcare involves community health conference and have worked on collaborative projects with Progress USA. She is a resource faculty for UGC project on MOOC through Shodh Ganga. She has introduced the first ever 3-minute thesis competition for doctoral candidates in India and steering committee member of Founder Chancellor's Doctor Fellowship to felicitate funding for the grant of doctoral candidates. She have more achievements in her credit. We'll just few name we will just read out. Active member of Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency. She has recipient Delta Theta Leadership Education Award in 2021. Welcome, ma'am, and I request you to kindly chair the session. Over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Preeti. Blended learning, visibility, priority, and autonomy, an important theme chosen for this pandemic time. An approach of face-to-face and online learning experience. Complementing this topic, it's my proud privilege to introduce a brilliant personality and expert, Dr. Sheetal Bandhari, the Associate Professor, Department of Community Health Sciences, Patton Academy of Health Sciences, Nepal. Dr. Sheetal has got MSc Statistics, MPhil Demography, FIAFMAR Fellowship, Medical Education, Faculty Data Analysis for Decision Modeling, MBA Program, Excel Business College, Nepal, Statistical Computing with R, Masters in Data Science from School of Mathematical Science, Tirtipur, Nepal. Sir is an international faculty, health professional educationist, member of many professional bodies, executive editor, Journal of Patton Academy of Health Science, Nepal, and Journal of General Practice and Emergency Medicine of Nepal. Sir was a founding secretary of Association of Health Professional Educationalists of Nepal. Sir is also the life member of Operational Research Society of Nepal and Population Association of Nepal. And he's also the life member of Southeast Asia Regional Association of Medical Education. The more we live, the more we learn. The more we learn, the more we'll realize. Here, I'm really pleased, and with thanks to Dr. Prabha, I would like to introduce our legendary presenter of today, Blended Learning, Dr. Sheetal Bandhari. To you, please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I am in the office, so I don't have a video with me. Today is raining heavily in Kathmandu, very cold, chilly. It has been raining since yesterday. Some snowfall is going on in the mountains. So namaste to everybody. So basically, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this opportunity, Dr. Prabha and her team, and also Dr. Ponchita, who was with us in PhD Femur Regional Institute. She did the Femur Fellowship with us there. So Today what I would like to do is share my experiences, how blended learning has been used in my institute or in my country with you. So I'm not going to talk about the MOOC and everything. So what we have been doing in Nepal. So that is what I plan to do. So let me share my screen. Please let me know if it is visible or not. Is the screen visible?
It's visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let me make it a PowerPoint mode. Okay. So namaste to everybody. I am working in Patan Academy of Health Sciences. This is a very new health science university. It was established in 2008. My topic is about the assessment and evaluation. These two terms usually bother me because people use it interchangeably without knowing the connotation, the implication for that. So first I would like to clarify the terms, and then I would like to move forward with some of the examples. So yesterday's session was very insightful, especially the talk from Dr. Anish, who was also famous fellow in PSC. He gave a good example of different models. So I would like to say that I'm building on that session. So what he talked yesterday was about the blended learning being a hybrid learning. So personally, for me and my colleagues here in Patan Academy, we treat blended learning as a one of the method that we use here. Sometimes we use it to teach students first asynchronous followed by synchronous learning. And sometimes we do first synchronous learning and then we challenge them in the asynchronous learning. That is how we have been doing it. Today, I would like to share 3 case scenarios of how we have been doing it in the MBBS, in the BSc, BNS nursing, and the PG. Especially, I would like to share some examples from our PG program. First, I would like to share the flipped classroom and especially the team-based learning, how it has been used, how we assess it, how we evaluate it. The second one would be from the topic presentation that we do with the PG programs. Here we challenge our PGs using the blended learning and how we do the assessment and evaluation. And lastly, I would like to share the problem-based and the case-based learning as a special case of the blended learning. And again, the assessment and evaluation is the key point here. I would like to say that assessment and evaluation are 2 different things, because assessment is the student assessment that we talk. It can be a diagnostic, can be a formative, and can be a summative one. What does it give is that what happened with our teaching. But evaluation goes beyond that. Here we want to know why and how it happened. So whenever we design some instruction, we have to have both the components with us. Both assessment and evaluation are very important. Sorry. So the examples that I'm going to present here is the flipped classroom. I'm sorry, I have just recovered from COVID, so sorry for that. So how we do it in Patan Academy is we actually go with the TBL, it's a team-based learning approach. So our faculty actually prepare short videos, not more than 15 minutes, and send it to the students. And we also provide the slides of the video together. We actually use email or LMS. We have both Google Classroom and MS Teams with us. We don't use Moodle much because it's a very technically dependent software. So we use these 2 a lot. Once these are shared, then we tell our student what to do with that videos. Then a test is prepared by the faculty for the individual and the group. The same test is given to both of them. And that is actually done in the synchronous session when they come back to us, either physically or online. Currently, we are in the 3rd phase of pandemic and our schools are closed. We are totally online. So we are teaching online. 1 month back, we were teaching physically. So that is how it is with the pandemic nowadays. You have to prepare for everything. So then once the readiness test is administered, then actually we score it in real time and we provide the feedback to the students. So the content delivery part is done by the video and the resource materials. Students read that, prepare themselves and come back to the class. We use the readiness test and we actually clarify the things. We actually wrap up the session. And then one important thing that we do is we ask our student to feel the evaluation of the session. This is extremely important because if we do not do the evaluation, then the whole thing will not be useful. So this is the difference between assessment and evaluation. Here in the earlier part, we do the assessment, but when a student feel the evaluation form or the feedback form, then we know what is going on, what they like, what they do not like, if there is a scope for improvement. All those things are taken care, and then that is built in the next session. So actually we seriously consider this feedback from the student and we improve our session based on that one. So that's why assessment and evaluation go hand in hand, but they are not the same thing. So this is how I do it. I consider it as a formative assessment. So each student, I provide a individual test. And then once the test is given to me, then I divide them into groups and then give the group test. Same test is given to them. And then I score them. And then I show that score to them real time. In the if it is online, then internet. If it is offline, then I project it in the classroom. So then what I do is the concept that they were not able to grasp, that everybody felt very difficult, then I clarify in the class. Okay, so the lot of question answer is there, then we do a lot of question answer session there. So this is one way of doing a blended learning. This is what I have been doing in my teaching. Okay, but not every faculty member of my college does that. Sometimes they like other way of around. So that is okay for me. Okay, so this is one of the examples that I recently did. So this is a Google form based test, and then this is self-scoring quiz that you can make very easily with the Google form. And once the students are fill the form, then immediately the result comes to me and also comes to the student. Okay, so you can control that. So I actually usually control this this type of quiz, and then once the group discussion is over, then I share all this scores with the students. Then we have a lot of discussion. So I really suggest the faculty members to use the ICT. Okay, this is the best tool that is happened. It is free. If you have a Gmail, you have a Google Classroom, why not to use it? Okay, so this is one of the things that we have been doing. Then in our class, we do the summative assessment also. So same thing that was discussed in the session is asked in the summative assessment. So merely doing a MCQ will not be enough. So when we are delivering this blended learning session, maybe the readiness assurance test is good using the MCQs, but during the discussion, please show them example of the SAQ or MEQ or LEQ, whatever you are going to use the summative assessment also. So this is how students are prepared for the next assessment cycle also. So this can be asked in your internal exam or the university final board exam. Okay. So I personally use both MCQ and SAQ or MEQ, both of them. So I personally suggest all the faculty members to use both the tests, both selection type and the supply type, both the methods should be used, because we are talking about the assessment. Here I am only talking about the assessment of the content, that is cognitive. So using the Bloom's taxonomy, I think we can use this one. So this is something that I would like to share. This is recently I have completed one of the module for my MPH student. In 2021, this session were done half online and half physically, for offline. So if you see, I have done different type of thing here from MCQ. PBQ is like a MEQ. So critical appraisal test is there. Skill is also taught and assessed online. They come to our college to learn about that. Then the assessment can be done in the offline class. Okay. So even Bhaiba we have been doing. So week 4 is the formative one. Week 6 is the summative one. Okay. So this way blended learning can be used to do the formative as well as summative assessment. So there is no restriction here. So we can do whatever we like, but the preparation of the material and preparation of the content and the assessment should be done very early. Okay. But how to do that? That is the best thing. So do we as a teacher, shall we decide on ourselves what to do with a student, or shall we also involve them in our teaching learning process? That is something that we have to think. Okay. So what we do in the evaluation part is, usually I ask my student, okay, this is what I am planning to do. Do you think this is a good idea or not? Okay, this is a need assessment. I ask my student if they are ready for that one, or if they feel that is feasible or not. Okay. Then once the need assessment is done, then I analyze the interviews, and then I propose a blended learning approach. Then I go back to them again, and then okay, does it fit to what you want, and is this feasible? What is the limitation with that? I think this is something that we as an educator, we have to do it. Need assessment is extremely important. Just because we like a tool, it doesn't mean that we have to use the tool. Talk to your students, talk to your stakeholders, whether it can be done or not. The faculty, the administration, everybody should be on board before we implement something new. Okay, that is my personal experience. So once it is done, and once you are ready and we have implemented that, then what can be done? Then you can actually do the TBL like I have showed earlier, but then evaluate that also. So ask the student whether they like the test I have given, like the individual test, the group test, the discussion, everything. Ask what went well. Okay. Then the feedback and closure by the faculty, whether they like it or not, if they want to continue in the same fashion or they want some changes on that one. Okay. And listen to them and change your session accordingly. Okay. Because they are the best resource for you, because they are the one who will be giving you the feedback. Okay. So for this, what I have done in the past is that maybe we can use a quantitative form using close-ended questions, or nowadays I usually use a more of a broad open-ended question because it's very easy to see. Okay. It is a choice. If you are a quantitative person, go with the questionnaire. If you are a qualitative person, go with the open-ended one. But I suggest you to use both of them. It's a really insightful. Okay. If we use both of them, let me show examples. So read the following statement. I'll write some statement and then I'll give them these 4 options. Okay. So they will use these 4 options. I don't use neutral category here because that will creep in the central tendency bias. I never use the neutral or neither agree nor disagree things. So I would suggest you to not use this one also. One of the things that we have used in the past, and still I am using it, like there are a lot of self-directed learning readiness tests are there. So because blended learning actually demands the students to do the self-directed learning, so it will be a good idea to use this test also, and then try to find which aspect of self-directed learning is very much applicable in your setting or your students wants to do. Okay. If they are struggling in some of the component, you have to work with them. So that is my personal suggestion. These 3 questions I love. This is every time I ask. Okay. I ask my student what went well, what could be improved, and anything else. With these 3 questions, you can do the session evaluation. You can also do the program evaluation. Okay. So with this thing, so, and then one more thing, that is then try to triangulate these 2 things. Okay. Personally, what I do is I also write my reflection for these 3 questions. I personally, okay, how I developed the thing, how it went in the classroom, how a student perform, what is their score in this 2 things. So everything I write down, and all of them are documented in the Google Classroom. Okay, so that anytime I want to collect the data from the student and from myself, I will go there and I'll analyze the thing. So evaluation is very, very important. This is the process evaluation, extremely important. Okay, this is not about the assessment. It is about the how we did the session, if it went well or not. So as an educator, I would like to suggest you to use this model, Kirkpatrick model. There are 4 levels. One is reaction. Second one is the learning. Third one is the behavior. Fourth one is the result. So what I was talking earlier was about the reaction level. So now if we want to know whether the learning happened or not, then we have to do the internal test. We have to do the final test. The summative examination should be done. So there we will know whether they have actually understood or not. Okay. And the students' self-directed learning habit, whether they have acquired or not, that will be achieved in the 3rd level. If they show the same behavior, if they can do the self-directed learning or not. So that is what I want. Okay. So this is same thing in the tabular form. So from assessment to program evaluation, what I would like to say is we can use a reaction of the students and the scores from the readiness score test as a process evaluation, which is also called the output evaluation. Okay. Then use the internal assessment test to show the learning, whether the learning has been happened or not. Okay. And then final assessment should be used as the behavior change, whether that is impacted or not. That is what we can be doing. So, but remember, if we also want to do the evaluation, then the feedback from the stakeholders, from the student, from the faculty, from the administration are required, because we don't only want to know what happened, we also want to know how and why it happened. That is extremely important, because education will not function without the second part, because every session, every part should be evaluated. The data should be there so that we can do proper evaluation. That is my personal suggestion to you, all of you. Okay. Currently, 20 FAMR faculty are doing a course with FAMR in Philadelphia, and we are doing a competency-based education fellowship there. And we are being taught by a faculty from Netherlands. Okay. What he does is that he actually posts a video, and then he gives some reading materials, 1 or 2 reading material for every video. And then he also provides a readiness test for us. So test your knowledge beforehand. 20-25 questions he gives to us. Then when he comes back in the session, he doesn't use the IRAT or GRAT. No need to use. What he does is, based on our readiness test, he changes the content of the session. This is what we can do also. Okay. So we can change the mode of the delivery, the content, whatever is not very clear to the students. He actually try to concentrate on that thing. And as a ending of the session, what he does very interestingly is he asks us random questions about the 20, the question or 25 question he has posted in the readiness test, and then asks us to summarize that one. So that way, what happens, everybody, each one of us is very eager to listen, very eager to prepare, very eager to present. So I think this is the beauty of blended learning, where you can actually involve your student and you can demand that also. Okay, that is the one thing. So there are different models of doing blended learning, the flipped classroom. So you choose, because you have seen, you have heard the learned speakers from yesterday, from today. You know the content now. Okay, what are the types of blended learning, and everything is there. But decide the usefulness to the students. Okay, how are my students are going to be benefited from this session. So this is my personal suggestion. So let me share you another thing that we have done. This is the topic presentation that I have started in MPS program. Here, what I do is I give a topic of the curriculum to an individual student to prepare. Okay, a student is assigned a topic, an important topic, very important topic. Okay, so once it is done, he prepares the presentation. I give a format. Okay, this is how you have to prepare the presentation. He presents the topic in front of the faculty, myself, me and my colleagues, and other students. Okay. Then we score it together, faculty and students, other students. So there are 12 MPH students for now. So 11 students and 3 faculty members evaluate this one. Okay. The presentation only. Then what happens? The content is evaluated by the faculty only. This is the presentation only. Okay. So once it is over, then what I do is I ask the peers, another 11 students, to prepare the summary of the presentation. They have to prepare the summary of the presentation and send it to the presenter for the grading, not to me, to the presenter for the grading. He is the teacher now. Okay. So once it is done, then the presenter sends me back all the data with his score. And then I actually use this into internal assessment. So give your students some space to assess also. If they are PG, teach them how to do presentation, teach them how to write summary, teach them how to score the summary. Okay. This is extremely important component in the blended learning. Okay. So we have used some standard tools, and we are using this critical appraisal of research evidence tool from Ontario, Canada. And then if there is a journal club, then we use the Ohio University tool. So you can modify as per your context, then you can use this tool. So this we have been using for a long time. Because I am using my students as an evaluator or assessor, what I do regularly is this one. So here what I have done is I have tried to find whether students are doing good evaluation or not. This is the discrimination index. So here I can clearly see that some of the students are giving the same score to everybody. They were not discriminating their peers. For example, roll number 410, if you see, he is giving everybody same. That's why his discrimination index is close to 0. So what I do, I call them in my office and talk with them. Why? Why you are not discriminating? Do you think all the summary are same or not? Okay. So this is very private, very confidential. Don't do it in front of class. Okay. So this is how we have been able to change the scoring system also. So slowly from first week journal club, second week journal club, we in the topic. So they become very competent evaluator. So this I have been doing in 2 of the models. So in the formative, what I do is I collect the quantitative and qualitative feedback from the presenter, peers, and the faculty. And then marks in the mid-model assessment and feedback provided to faculty, that is also collected as a formative evaluation. But in the summative, what I do is I use the marks from the in-model assessment and the semester assessment. So all the data are collected. Then now I sit down and then do the triangulation of the data. So that next year, what changes I need to do, I know it now. Okay. For example, I finished my model last December. So now I am collecting all the data. The semester exam has not been done, but I have all the data. So I am actually sitting down with my faculty to say what went well, what could be improved for the next cycle of the teaching. So this is how I think we can modify the blended learning. We have been using PBL in the MBBS and BSc nursing, BNS nursing courses. And PBL, as you know, is a group-based process, but case should be written by a faculty or group of faculty. It is delivered in a group by a tutor. So tutor may not be the content expert. That's why we have to write a tutor guide. Very long, lengthy tutor guide should be there. Before COVID, we used to do PBL tutorials in the small groups. There are small rooms we have created for that one, but COVID has changed everything. So now we are doing a PBL in the online room. Okay. The breakout rooms, we are doing it. Okay. The facilitation is done. Students are oriented. In terms of assessment, what we have been doing is when they are present physically, we do a process assessment. Process assessment is something which is beyond the content. It is about the preparation, participation, yes, self-directed learning, critical thinking. These sort of things are assessed. In the content, we give the content. So we assess the content here. Okay. So feedback is given to the student after in one block. Actually, we give 2 or 3 times. So maybe every 2 weeks they will give the feedback. The faculty will give the feedback. So this is the recent publication that I have published. If you are interested, you can go and learn about it. This is what 10 years of PBL implementation that I have written here in this article. So I would like you to go and read if you are interested. Just published last month. Okay. Then in the PG or MPS course, what we have done is we have modified the PBL as a case-based learning. Okay. So in PBL, what happens? The students are supposed to go and search the literature by themselves. So we are not allowed to give any answers. But in case-based learning, what I do is, it's a very focused, it's a PG based. So I give them some literature, and then we continue the discussion. So cases are created with faculty. We address the specific topic. Reading materials are already provided. This is just opposite of the PBL where it is not provided. And we are now doing it online or offline. And we do the process assessment also if it is a physical. And then we actually do a continuous internal assessment and final assessment. So let me show you what I have done this year. Okay. So this is from my Google Classroom. So I create a Google Doc and then share to my students, and then they, with all the privileges, they can write, they can edit, whatever they want to do. And then once the Google Doc is shared, then I share the triggers. So every case we prepare at least 3 triggers for one day, and every trigger we discuss for around half an hour to 45 minutes in a group. Okay. So there is an example of the first trigger. So this can be done in offline or online. So before COVID, we have been doing it offline. In 2020, we did it totally online. And this year, actually, we mixed it up, no? Because the students were here for the offline learning. But because you know that we cannot sit in the small room, what I did was we did this PBL in a large room in a classroom. So actually, every student came up with the laptop and they use the internet. So we actually don't need a whiteboard there. So students were typing and learning, discussing everything in the laptop. Okay. So we are spread out with the marks and everything. So we keep the distance, and that is how it is done this year. So this is what we have been doing in terms of blended learning. Okay. So maybe we are not doing the rotational learning or whatever learning that has been done. My personal experience is that we have to choose what is best for us by ourselves. We don't need to follow everything, whatever is done by others in Western countries. Okay. First do it, evaluate it. And if your learners are happy, if you are happy, if your administration are happy, use it. If there is a problem, then first fix it before implementing it. Okay. So don't just use the blended learning because you like it. So that will not work in the educational setting. So this is what I have prepared for today. So this is my experience. So if you have any questions or queries, I'm happy to answer. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sheetal. Blended learning, hybrid learning, asynchronized, synchronized learning, flipped classroom, team-based learning, problem-based learning, and case-based learning. All these highlighted points we would like to appreciate, and we will adhere to the teaching that you have rendered, sir. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
So there is a question in the chat box actually.
Yes.
1 minute. Okay, one participant has asked whether this summative and formative evaluation, is it possible to use it in the day-to-day classroom?
if you only use the 3 questions that I have posted, no, what went well, what could be improved, and anything else, I think this is possible. Make it online. Give this access to the student in their mobile. They will do it. Don't make it a paper-based hassle. Make it a hassle-free, because we all have mobile nowadays, and it's very easy to use. I love using Google Form, and it can be done. I have been using it. It goes very well. Data stays with me. I can analyze it. Can be very easily can be done. That is my personal experience. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sheetal. Actually, this was all your best practices. I loved the most. Actually, there was nothing from the textbook. It was all practical based, what you are doing on your day-to-day basis. And that is why I think Dr. Ponchitra suggested your name to be called as a resource person for this particular e-conference. I thank you very much, and it was really amazing session. And all the participants who have registered and who are attending this, they must have been really full with whatever contribution you have given for this particular webinar. Thank you very much, sir.
I think so. Sir has got disconnected. Power cut is there.
Okay.
He told he'll come back within few seconds. Yes, sir is back.
Yeah, it was.
Yes,
yeah.
Dr. Sheetal, it was your session was highly appreciated, and we loved the way you presented all the best practices of your institute. And nothing was from the textbook, what you have presented. It was amazing session. And all the participants are writing one by one and in the chat box that it was really interesting and very informative. Thank you very much for the session.
So there is one more question. Another participant has asked, like, what preparation can we do before the implementation of this? Is there any preparation as a teacher or student has to do? Hello, sir.
I think Preeti, it is raining and raining and
he has messaged in the chat box.
So there may be difficulty. Yeah. So you can move to the next.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So we can move towards the next session. Now I would like to invite our next chairperson, Professor Mrs. Susan Jacob, Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing.
Thank you, Preeti. I cannot hear.
She has done her master's in nursing and medical surgical nursing, MA psychology, pursuing her PhD in nursing from MGM IHS. She has rich and insightful experience of more than 20 years. She has 10 publications to her credit and has organized, contributed as resource person, chaired and attended various conferences, seminars, and workshops at all levels. She has guided and mentoring PG and UG students and also nurse practitioner students. She's an approved PG guide. functions as an IQAC coordinator for NAC unit of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. She's member of Board of Studies of Nursing in MGM IHS, examiner, paper setter, and evaluator for UG and PG students in pre-university. Over to you, ma'am. Kindly chair the session.
Thank you, Preeti, for your sweet introduction. So today, since yesterday we were all listening about blended learning. So the whole perspective, you get actually blended learning is a combination of various instructional strategies, methods, pedagogical approaches, and technologies. And when you look at this blended learning is basically, it is moving towards holistic to educational perspective, and we can call it as a pragmatic perspective. So today we have a very renowned resource person, Dr. Manjunath S.N., Assistant Professor, Department of Community Medicine, Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, who will be speaking about the various challenges and strategies towards implementing blended learning. So his professional experience is 29 years. His PhD in Medical Sociology, FAMA Fellowship, MCI Advanced Course in Medical Education, Essential Skills in Medical Education course by AME, National Course on Educational Science for Teachers of Health Professionals, Fellowship of Internal Association of Medical Science Educators, Comfort Fellowship of Royal Society of Public Health, London. He has published 43 papers in his credit, authored a book which is titled Management Manual for Medical Officers. He has been awarded for the Best Performing Medical Officer Award, Young Scientist Award by Karnataka Association of Community Health, Doctors' Day Award for the year 2010 at Mysore Medical College, Best Teacher Award in Medical Education section in 2015. He has also been other notable responsibilities like convener of MU at Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, Chairman, Research Cell, Mysore Medical College and Research Institute, member of Institutional Ethical Committee at Mysore Medical College, adjunct faculty in MCA Nodal Center, St. John's Medical College in Medical Education, WHO Mentor for Epidemic Intelligence Services. So I take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Manjunath S.N. So it is my privilege for introducing you. So over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Namaste, one and all. Thank you, madam, for the very nice introduction. At the outset, I would like to thank Prabha, madam, and her team for organizing such a wonderful and relevant conference, which is so much relevant today, and also making me a part of this program. It has been a very nice learning experience since yesterday. So I am thankful to you for all that. Hope I am audible. I will share my slides. Please confirm, can you see this slide?
Yes,
please?
sir, we can see. We can see.
Thank you so much. Okay. Today, I will be looking at this entire blended learning from a different perspective, from a different lens. I can as well say I will play the devil's advocate. I will play the role of a dissident. I will be raising certain issues and concerns that we need to keep in mind when we talk about blended learning, flipped learning, usage of technology on a large scale in health professional education. The health professional education has seen paradigm changes just as any other educational sector has seen, and pandemic has really accelerated the change. In our enthusiasm and euphoria to adopt everything that has come our way, courtesy pandemic, we should not forget that there are certain genuine concerns which need to be kept in mind when we talk about all these things. So this session will be slightly different from other sessions, but it is built and based on all the previous sessions. I bring greetings from the royal city of Mysore. So the disruption has occurred in health professional education, as all of us will agree. But what is the long-term potential and implication of this disruption is something that need to be pondered about, that need to be discussed, that need to be debated also. I can say that we can do some kind of a design thinking with respect to the changes that are happening, in particular the blended learning, the case in point now. As far as mainstream health professional education, be it medical education, nursing education, whatever health professional education that we are talking about. On the left corner, I have taken a photo of Tagore sir's Shantiniketan open air classroom. In the middle, you have a smart classroom, state of the art classroom. And in the other end, you have the student learning on his own using remote technology, online learning component of the blended. So the objectives of this session would be to list the possible issues and challenges pertaining to blended learning in our education, and also to look at the strategies in order to achieve success in this blended learning. Sorry. So let us start with looking at the possible adult learning theories that we need to keep in mind when we are talking about blended learning. Of course, the traditional behaviorist and constructivist theories will be operating in the background when we talk about blended learning. But apart from that, we also should keep in mind the context and community, which is explained by social learning theories, and most importantly, experiential theory, wherein we have to create learning experiences for our students. And lastly, the transformation learning theory. And we need to understand whether these adult learning theories hold good when we are using blended learning, and how we should satisfy the principles or the basic underpinnings of these theories so that the blended learning will become successful. So the challenges can be broadly classified as student-related challenges, teacher-related challenges, technology-related challenges, system-related, and ethics-related. These are the broad classification of challenges that we may encounter when we impart blended learning to our students. Student-related challenges are something which are not much understood, or I would say misunderstood, or misinterpreted, or misconceived. I tell this with a lot of emphasis. There is an assumption that students will accept technology-driven learning, online learning, blended learning. This has been a foregone conclusion, but there has been some amount of positive bias towards technology with the advent of pandemic. But let us see. But this assumption can be false also. Attendance, what is the attendance level? All are A's. And if they have accepted, if they have attended, what is the attention level, engagement? Since yesterday we have talking about this student engagement, that is another issue that we need to keep in mind. Adaptation, how many students are able to adapt themselves? Some of them are physically challenged, mentally challenged, they have their own issues. Stress, pandemic related stress, personal stress, professional stress, learning environment induced stress, peer induced stress, expectation induced stress. The stress level among health professional education has increased, and it is not yet clearly understood in our part of the world. I attended an AMI conference and ANZA HP conference, that is Association of New Zealand and Australia Health Professional Educators Conference. There I was surprised to find a presentation where 70% of the students from physiotherapy and other allied sciences were stressed, and more than 50% of medical stream students are stressed extremely, especially in the past 1.5 years due to the pandemic. So we need to keep in mind the stress levels of the students and teachers also, because the medical students are also working in COVID wards in different capacities. Then assessment. No, we have just heard a wonderful talk by Sheetal sir about the assessment. Access to gadgets in our part, I am in a government medical college. 10 to 15% of the students can't have access to gadgets, especially when they were placed in the remote places. They didn't have connection to internet. They didn't have mobile phones, smartphones. So these are some of the concerns that we have faced in reality. And take addiction to the cell phones, social media, when they are using these gadgets day in and day out. And last but not least, the technology fatigue. It has already set in. Students are already burnt out. They say enough is enough. We want physical class, some of them, but we need to cater to all the students. Today morning we spoke about inclusivity. It is not that some students are happy, some teachers are happy. It is the inclusivity, democratization of the learning process, which is of great real importance for us. And the barriers, if you look at the barriers, availability of gadgets, as I just told, awareness, IT literacy skills, and it is again assumed that the generation G or the millennials are adept in using gadgets, but not necessarily. I have personally seen many paramedical students in our college not able to use it properly. So some amount of training is required for them. Accessibility, affordability, just now I told, acceptability, attitude and motivation, and last but very important, accountability. Sorry. So all these are again A's. All these will act as barriers, and it is our duty to circumvent these barriers so that the outcomes are accomplished. And let us look at student perception and performance during the pandemic. And there is one mindset called as all is well mindset. We have started online classes, we have started remote classes, we have started blended classes, flipped classes, and everything is going on fine. Has been the mindset. It may be true, but it may not be true in all contexts, for all students, at all times, in all places, in all courses. Because I did a study where the scholastic performance was very poor for this batch. All of them had online classes, topics were covered, everything was done. But why was the performance dropped? Is it due to the stress? Is it that they could not adapt to this new method of learning? So we have to introspect why. And this is not just single experience of mine. And many conferences across the globe are showing that there has been a poor scholastic performance across health professional education students in various countries. And evidence to suggest that many students value online activity less than face-to-face methods is there. As far back as 2007, Joint Information System Committee has published this. So we need robust research, evidence-guided medical education should be the goal. And most importantly, we need to do some qualitative research to understand whether our students are liking, appreciating, involving themselves actively, or is it just something that they have to go through? It should never become a necessary evil. Whether it is blended learning or any kind of technology-driven learning should not end up as a necessary evil for either the student or the faculty or any stakeholder for that matter. So on philosophy of mentalities, culture and educational anthropology, we need to do study. I did my PhD in medical sociology and anthropology, and the way students learn is something that we are yet to understand. And we know the multiple intelligence theory of Howard Gardner and many other things which we need to be kept in mind. So we need to do phenomenological research to understand the long-term implications of this blended learning and how do we go about it. This is something that we have to keep in mind. And then this talk of digital natives and digital immigrants, which I am not comfortable with. There is an assumption that teachers like me are digital immigrants who have learned all these skills later on in their life, and students are digital natives. They are well versed in all the digital technology. It is an assumption that may not be true, and the evidence is here. So there are many evidences that students and teachers do not like online courses. As far back as 2001. And this can be inappropriate positions to take because not all youngsters like computers, just as they don't like music or football or something else. And many of those that do may have honed their skills in limited areas such as game playing and little else. In reality, you cannot assume expertise or even ability that they can use these tools very well. Often students themselves overestimate or underestimate their own abilities. So this is something that we need to keep in mind. Then teacher related, the summary is, let us not assume that all students will be happy. So if you keep this in the back of your mind, you can do a better job of blended learning. So teacher related challenges. See, fear of high expectations, that is metathesiophobia. Many teachers have personally felt they have stressed because they have to develop content. They have to deliver in online mode. During the pandemic, all of a sudden, the expectations were there, which was not their cup of tea. And then fear of being judged, xerophobia. And I had this when I gave first online webinar for an Emmy conference way back in 2014. You know, I had this fear of being judged. Though I was pretty good in the content, I had my own apprehensions almost 8 years back. Now it is just a routine job for all of us. Technophobia, there are people who are having this phobia. Digital immigrants, as we discussed before, and the motivation. Since yesterday we have been talking about this, the motivation level of teachers is not that high due to various reasons. And teaching moments, do we lose some of those wonderful, energetic teaching moments when we are having these online encounters? Because yesterday itself, Anish sir told that he had a face-to-face talk in MGM College of Nursing or somewhere. And he also wished that these face-to-face sessions will resume soon. So what does it mean? Does it mean deep inside we all feel that something is lost when we are virtual? That is something that we need to keep in mind. Unless we keep this in mind, it will be difficult for us later on. And media versus master. You know, we show wonderful slides, wonderful animations, and everybody will say, what nice slides he has used. But we are hidden. My picture is very small. There is no much scope for the body language. Many a times the bandwidth is low. I will switch off my video also. So I'm just talking in the air. It was called as a delusion few years back. Talking in the air, thinking that 100 people, 200 people in this conference are listening to me. And if I made that assumption few years back, talking into the air and assuming that people are listening to me, it was called as delusion. Now it is called as a webinar. So sometimes the media takes over and teacher is in the backside. That should not happen. These are some of the challenges I have seen. Teachers hiding behind the laptops, PPTs are being projected in dark rooms. System related. Efficiency indicator, all the managements, especially private managements, they are more interested in bringing about more output for limited input. That is efficiency. So the focus may be only on efficiency and not on improving the infrastructure. Procrastination, delaying things. Let me see, the students will come back, then I will start face to face. No, we must be doing online sessions. We must be doing blended and flipping. But all these things should be in the back of our mind operating without making any assumptions. Based on what others are telling or what some Western literature is telling, we should not be having the assumptions. We should look at our students, interact with our students whom I am teaching, and then find out what are their feelings, what are their thoughts, what are their needs, what are the requirements, and what do they like. And poor academic leadership. Unfortunately, the academic leadership still has to pick up in health professional education in India. With the advent of CBME, with the advent of too many faculty development programs, ACME programs, fellowship programs, this is happening, but not at the expected pace and level. Inadequate infrastructure is a common problem wherever we go as observers for these workshops. NMC workshop, we have seen that the infrastructure is limited to implement competency-based medical education. It will soon come in nursing education, dental education, and all other educations also. Experts groups are already working on that. And poor student-teacher ratio, myth of less is more for online blended teaching. This is another problem. See, once we say that we can have a blended curriculum in place, we have online modules, suddenly managements will say, so then we can have less teachers, no? Anyway, we have to invest on technology and other LMS and other infrastructure. So that's another problem. That is a threat that many colleges have already experiencing and feeling. So what may be missing in all this? The hidden curriculum is something which is more important than the explicit written curriculum in any school, health professional school. But with the more and more online teaching, the hidden curriculum will become weaker. So that will have its impact on the social learning skills, communication skills, developing the attitude. All this in the long term, we may have some impact. All this may not be true, but we need to keep this in mind. And the teaching moments which I spoke about, the aura of the teacher and students in a physical class is something which cannot be matched. And humor in online class, humor is very difficult because I don't know what the students are doing, what is their body language, what is their response. So the humor element will slightly go weak, and it will start becoming weaker and getting depleted over a period of time. Student centricity is something which has to be kept in mind, which may be missing unless we involve students. No, Sheetal sir told, no, it is we have to talk to the students and find out their need, and based on that we have to structure and develop our content and assignments. And interpretive bias, which is called in anthropology, we call it as hermeneutic view. Interpretation of the students and the teachers will change, is difficult, is different, maybe disoriented. So that is one more thing which may happen in these blended and flipped classes if they are completely online. I'm only talking about the online component of the blended learning. And most importantly, there are certain long-term impacts which are possible on the health of the students for obvious reasons, the environment, both physical and social environment, the economics of all this technology, and then autopilot mode. Slowly, the humanistic component may decrease and the mechanistic component may increase, and the role model teachers, they may feel that the scope for real role modeling is lesser and lesser, but it will not go away, but it may be the situation which we need to keep in mind. These are all concerns. These are all pointers that we need to keep in mind for the design thinking, for the long-term implication before we go overboard on anything which is related to technology. That's why I told initially, I will play the devil's advocate because somebody has to do that to keep the checks and balances in place. So supplement or supplant. So we have to do supplement only, not supplant. Supplant means replacing. So using the appropriate technology, not just that I know so many things, I can do so many things is not acceptable mindset. And then humanist, I told about humanistic and mechanistic element. Human-centered revolution should be kept in mind. Aleatory is chance learning. The scope for chance learning is more in a physical class, face-to-face class than in an online class. Aleatory, it is called as aleatory. And the epistemic, the way the class unfolds, develops, takes a different direction based on the students' responsiveness and the students' need is something that need to be kept in mind. So Einstein has cautioned us about the technology long back. Now I will ask one question. If Krishna had to administer or give Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna in a virtual mode, online mode, not in the battlefield live, would it have the same impact on Arjuna? This I am thinking since a long time, and I have spoken only on this online Bhagavad Gita. What could be the impact? One session has spoken only on this. Because what is happening is virtualization of learning space is happening. So the learning space is getting virtualized by the day. As a result of this, the intersubjective distance is increasing. And virtual space is non-tridimensional, as we all know. So topological distance and subjective intensity of learning will be less. And the profoundness of the revolution during pandemic needs analysis and appraisal. And lastly, and most importantly, the techno ethics, the proxy, possibilities of proxy, academic misconduct during class and assessment, plagiarism and copyright issues, they need to be addressed, autonomy of the students and teacher, and the justice or the multiple intelligence theory, which I spoke about. These are some of the ethical issues which will also need to be kept in mind and addressed. And the final fear is something like this. My medical education began 3 times. What I learned at medical school was of no use in the hospital. What I learned in the hospital was no use in general practice. This is something that we need to keep in mind. Then let us look at the strategies and approaches. That is very important, because all of this can be circumvented, they can be countered, they can be neutralized, they can be assessed, they can be addressed very easily. Not that they are all insurmountable challenges. So at the individual level, at the department level, at the institution level, at the university level, we can adopt certain strategies and approach to overcome whatever challenges I listed out. Wow, first and the most important is keeping the learner at the center. The learner is the most important person, stakeholder for us, apart from the patient in the long run. So keeping all activities centered around the learner will address most of the issues. And we need to identify the learner characteristics of my class, my college, quality of students, the type of students in Mysore Medical College can be different from some other medical college in North India. So I need to keep the characteristics of my students, and it may change from batch to batch. So I'm seeing students from the past 2 decades. The type of students, their attributes, their attitudes are changing, and keep their characteristics in mind. The convenience, control, connectedness, the control, learning preferences of the students should be kept in mind. As Sheetal sir rightly pointed out, keep the students on your side. Don't plan for them, plan with them. And once we start planning with our students, once we start customizing each of our sessions, whether online or offline, then most of the problems will be sorted out. And bringing in relationships among the students, the social interactions, increasing the social interactions despite the virtualization of the learning space, bringing in more and more collaborative learning experiences by involving them in small groups. These are the 2 wonderful books that I will recommend. The Well Done is a bestseller. The Power of Positive Relationships, building positive relationships between the students, between the teachers and the students is something which will work wonders, and our blended attempts will be much more successful. And using the right model. And since yesterday people are talking about these all models, I'm just telling that you have to select the right model. We are already well versed in this since yesterday. Should I take the rotation model, a la carte model, flipped classroom model, enriched virtual mode? So if I select the right model, then definitely I will succeed. But we should be aware of that. So that's something that we need to do as teachers. And using the right platforms, using too many platforms, using a buffet of platforms just to show that I'm very good, I'm a tech savvy teacher, I'm extremely good in using technology. No, it is not about technology is only means to an end and not an end in itself. That has to be kept in mind. Using the simple, appropriate LMS which serves the purpose is enough. Let us not worry too much about using a very complicated system, at least to begin with. So right platform, right kind of using a model will sort out most of the issues. And identifying the right components for online and face-to-face section. So for example, in CBME, we had to deliver the foundation course in a blended form for the last batch of students, 2020 batch of medical students. What we did was, in this foundation course, there are certain modules which can be administered online, like introduction to the medical course, professional development, attitude and ethics, language modules. All of this we did online in the online format. And in the face-to-face, we used the field visits module is there and skill module is there. They have to visit the skill lab and acquire certain fundamental skills. So this field visit module and the skill module was administered in the face-to-face method. So if I select the appropriate components for face-to-face of the blended format and of the online component of the blended learning, then I will be much more successful. And it is very common sense, which all of us can very easily do. And this is another interesting model that I learned in IAMSC fellowship, whereas it is called as durable learning. The durable learning has many components. And if we can use all these components in the right proportion, the outcome can be very easily accomplished. So using concrete examples, spaced retrieval, unspaced learning, dual coding, interleaving, metacognition, elaboration, and generation. So metacognition, in yesterday first session, sir was talking about metacognition. And interleaving, leave that subject and learn something else and then come back to that subject. Generation of concepts, elaboration if it is required to dwell more on a particular topic which may be muddy for the students, using very concrete examples, and retrieving at day 1, day 3, day 6, which is called as different components of durable learning. All these can be very effectively used. So if we can use the principles of durable learning, which is proven beyond doubt, then the chances of our blended learning achieving more success and outcome will be, right outcomes will be certain. And this TCS model, here again, look at the sizes of these three components. The critical thinking model or the pedagogy concept is much more important than technology. See, again in blended learning, it is technology versus pedagogy for some teachers. So pedagogy should always be in the driver's seat. It should always lead the entire learning experience. Technology should not take over from the pedagogy is something that we need to keep in mind. And some of the strategies, other strategies that we can adopt is students as curricular partners, learning in small groups, using multiple platforms which are student and teacher friendly as we discussed. Pedagogy first, technology next. And then FDB including blended learning component. We need to conduct more and more faculty development programs for nursing, for medical, dental and other professionals on a regular basis, conduct these kinds of workshops and conferences, both formally and informally, so that the teachers are well versed. Even student conferences should have sessions on this blended learning. Having a strong IT department in each of our institutions to support the program, because many first generation teachers may not be good in handling technology effectively. So a strong IT department will go a long way in making the blended learning successful. And robust program evaluation. Many a times we forget this component. You know, Sheetal sir very nicely told that, showed that Kirkpatrick model, and each teacher should evaluate his or her module, blended module, whether it was successful, how it was received by the students. You should not go only by the performance of the students. We should also see whether they are liking it, whether they are enjoying it, whether it is fun for them. So learning should be fun. That is the first goal of any educational methodology. So robust program evaluation is something which must be emphasized. Flipped classroom, enough that we have heard about. Reskilling and upskilling of teachers and other stakeholders. Motivation, how do we increase the motivation of the teachers is $1 million question that we need to keep in mind. Learner engagement by assignments, double loop, using double loops, like the students should be able to bring about concept maps. You know, somebody asked this, how during the class itself can we do some kind of an assessment? Yes, At the end of the online class component of the blended class, I would ask them to draw a concept map, give them a Google quiz, ask them to write the muddy points or the key messages that they got, give them some supplementary videos and PPTs to support what you have taught them in the class. And then reflection. The students should reflect what they learned, what went well, what could have done better, what holds for the future. And the students should interact with themselves and with the teacher, give the feedback. Self-directed learning, again, we have heard a lot. So that lot of scope is there in blended learning for self-directed, distributed learning, decentralized learning, flexible. All this we have heard since yesterday. And then another suggestion from my side is, sometimes if a particular institute cannot afford an LMS, or if they cannot start giving delivering blended modules right away, a group of institutions they can bring come together, co-locate. It is an Australian model called as co-locate medical schools. Those medical schools which are very close by, they form a cluster among themselves and develop a very nice simulation lab, and then they start teaching from there. The best of the videos are created, and then they start teaching all the students involved in those medical colleges, enrolled in those medical schools. So this is another model which can help mentoring, different types of mentoring, mutual mentoring, reverse mentoring, and then multiple mentoring, peer mentoring, reverse mentoring. With respect to blended learning, I heard about this in AMI conference last year. I really loved this. What is reverse mentoring? Reverse mentoring is the students mentoring the teachers. Very, very unusual, but interesting, So there I saw a paper where it showed that the residents will mentor the teachers with respect to technology component of teaching, usage of LMS, preparing videos, preparing the content, as Ajay sir was telling in the morning. So they will help us out. They will guide us. They will help us out in developing the content and delivering the classes. So reverse mentoring is possible. We can look at students. It may be UGRPG who are really good in technology, tech savvy students. We can take their help in doing our job. So this is possible. And using the appropriate instructional designs, Gagness 9 criteria, ADDIE model, Dick and Carey model, Assure model. There are many models, in the content development. We talk about this. See, before we talk about content development, we have to first decide which kind of model I am using. Am I using ADDIE model, Dick and Carey model, backward model, design model, Assure model? So based on that, I will do a need analysis. I will develop my material. I will deliver the course. I will do an evaluation, and then I will refine it. So based on this model, so it is very important that we have to always keep one design, instruction design in mind, or the model in mind, before we go about giving the delivering the modules, the blended modules. And also we need to keep in mind what are the course objectives, what is the total time duration, what are the learning resources. Somebody asked in the last session, should we do some preparation? Sorry, should we do some preparation before we go about? Yes, preparing the lesson plan is important. You should know the learning objectives of that session or of that course. Expected outcomes you should be knowing. What are the learning experiences you are providing? You should be knowing what kind of assignments I am giving to the students for the formative assessment. You should be knowing. So it is a really preparation, it is a must for the successful of any learning, for that matter, more so for the blended and technology driven learning. And then SAMR model, I was very happy that one student presented a poster on this SAMR model. So here we have to graduate from this level 1 substitution, where we just use technology as a substitute without any functional change. We should graduate to this redefinition level, where the technology allows for the creation of new tasks previously inconceivable. Ajay sir very nicely demonstrated how we can do this. So I will not elaborate on that. I will just say that you use technology in such a way that it is not just a passive substitution for what you are doing. You are not just using a PPT but instead of using a blackboard, but you use technology in such a way that there is an interaction possible. Students can write something, they can ask a question in real time. All that is possible. So this SEMR model framework helps us. And next is leadership matters a lot. As I told you before also, quality leadership at the institution level and the university level helps in a big way. And there should be incentives for people who are doing these kinds of innovations and experiments in educational experiences. And you can have an innovation being at the university, which will have the best practices archived so that people can refer to them and adopt them to their needs. And research and publication in blended learning should be there. And guidelines should also be there from the apex bodies, whether it's nursing council, medical council, dental council, or for that matter, any governing body. So I will just share one experience and close. I did one student navigated assessment, 360-degree blended during the pandemic. What I did was, student prepares a portfolio of learning based on the classes attended in community medicine and also SDL during a particular period of the pandemic, that is lockdown. And then he or she will have a mentor at home. It may be brother, sister, uncle, aunt, father, mother, pet, anything. So there will be somebody to watch over the student, what he or she is doing. Then the students are grouped into small batches and 5 questions belonging to higher order cognitive domain are given to the groups. They have to solve those questions as a group, and in epidemiology it is not easy. Even with open book they will not be able to solve many questions. And the above 2 components were assessed using a rubric and feedback was given by the faculty. And whichever topic they found very difficult, we had a face-to-face class once they came back to the campus. So it had both the online component of assessment of learning and then giving feedback both online and offline, and having a real class, face-to-face class based on the areas which were found to be muddy by the majority of the students. So this is just one experience. Sorry. So the way forward is blended adaptive integrated learning. So in the long run, we will have to go towards this. To summarize what all I told is, we should have a framework for using technology with optimization guidelines, and let us prevent the possible problem by exercising wisdom and foresight. And I like this word wisdom very much. And learn from home will catch up soon in the landscape of education. So this digitalization of education has to be viewed from not just a scientific or technological perspective, but from the socio-cultural, anthropological, and philosophical perspective. This is a single line take-home message from my side. And we need to have indicators to measure the success and safety of technology in medical education. So technology is here to stay. It has tremendous utility for health professional education. But we need to remember that it is means to an end, and sorry, and not an end in itself. So when we look at the future, we make a common mistake. sorry. The mistake is we overestimate the effect of short-term change and underestimate the effect of long-term change. Thank you very much. Thank you again for the opportunity. It was a wonderful learning experience. And questions and discussions, please. Over to Chairperson, Madam.
So thank you, sir. Actually, there are no questions from the chat box, but the session was very excellent, sir, and you have specifically mentioned the student-related challenges, the teacher-related challenges, and I have noted down there are 6 A's for student challenges like acceptancy, attendance, attention, adaptation, assessment, access to gadgets. So it's, and one main common thing what you have explained in all the aspects, student related as well as teacher, it's the motivation and the interest of the student as well as the teacher. Because unless they are motivated to adapt to changes, this cannot be feasible, because it is not only the technology, it's not only the strong IT, but it is a motivation and it's a psychological setup what the teacher as well as the student need to have, and the teacher also need to adapt to changes. If they are ready to adapt to changes, blended learning is one of the best method where from holistic perspective to educational perspective to pragmatic perspective that could be achieved. Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Since yesterday we were listening about what is blended learning, what are the roles of teachers, students, and what are different models used. And also we learned about how to develop the content, assessment, how to do the assessment. Listening to you, we have come to know the reality, how it would be for the students, for the teacher, for the institution. Considering all the points which you have explained, we have, while conducting the blended learning, we have to follow the NEP, the rules which has come in 2020 to incorporate blended learning in our curriculum. So you have given the solutions very well. I hope it will be useful to all of us. And it was a wonderful session you have taken, sir. We will keep in mind all the points you have given for everyone. I think it was useful for everyone. And thank you very much for your for the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much.
I also thank Dr. Hepzibah, the previous chairperson, for initiating and ending the session very well. Thank you, Dr. Hepzibah, for conducting the, for handling the previous session as a chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us valuable insights on challenges and strategies of blended nursing. A small announcement for the participant. It is mandatory to fill the post-test and feedback for today to receive the certificates. Thank you. Now moving towards the next session. It is my proud privilege to invite our next eminent personality, Professor Dr. Nancy Fernandez, Principal, Leelabai Thackeray College of Nursing, Churchgate, Mumbai. She has done her master's in nursing in pediatric nursing. She has done her PhD in nursing, PG diploma in education management, and completed basic certificate course in healthcare ethics. She is alumni of the prestigious SNDT Women's University, Mumbai, with professional experience of more than 34 years. She has mentored PG students for their thesis and evaluator for doctoral and postdoctoral dissertations. She has contributed chapters to books and has number of publications to her credit. She has conducted and organized number of workshops and conferences in and is a member of various professional bodies. She has been invited as a speaker at national and international conferences. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are very thankful for being a part of this national e-webinar. Over to you.
Thank you so much for having invited me, Preeti, and especially Dr. Prabha. I have been listening to it, and it is beautiful collection of all experts. And I think everyone has been really blessed to have these experts. Without much ado, when we talk about blended learning, what is it that we are looking at? We are looking at an opportunity to have the best of both worlds. When you look at the best world, what is it? Sitting in the comfort of your home and yet being abreast with your learning, having the best of teachers across the globe and to learn from them. If you are in college, you would have learned only from your teachers. But now, sitting in the comfort of your class, in your home, you have the experts from across the globe to learn. And that is what is blended. Having a formal education as well as an online education. In the last 2 days, I'm including today, so the last 2 days, you have seen the role you as a student have to play and we as teachers have to play to make learning the best. The models and the types of blended learning available to us to make sure blended learning is successful is the success of content development, which has already been touched on. How do I know that I have learned well through my digital mode or online mode? And you have been through the assessment and evaluation pattern, both summative and formative, which can be used in blended learning. And just now you have looked at the challenges that you would face, the strategies that you can utilize to make blended learning a success. We need to acknowledge that we are in the digital world. The environment around has been constantly changing. We at some time may have thought the environment will not change, but we have been shaken out from our comfortable zone by the pandemic, and we were forced to use blended learning, those of us who probably did not like it. This provided an opportunity to our students to have experts from across. I am blessed, I would say, through the blended learning. I have had opportunity to hear speakers without moving from Bombay. But what is the best practice? The best practice for blended learning, you have an expert brought to you. And that is Dr. Anshu, Professor of Department of Pathophysiology, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Science, Sevagram.
Dr. Nancy, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Your slides are not seen.
Oh, 1 minute, I'll just check again.
Yeah.
Share it. Is it seen, Dr. Prabha?
No, I think, no.
It is going to go on pausing once again.
Yeah, you can just slide down like this only.
Okay, I'll just go scroll this only. So therefore, what we need to do is to learn from our experts.
Yeah.
What is the best practice? And we have one of the experts from the country brought to you, that is Dr. Anshu, who is a professor, Department of Pathophysiology, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Science, Sevagram, Varda. She is a member of the MUU, coordinator for it, and the IQUC coordinator. And I think every one of us are knowing how important the role of an IQUC coordinator is. They make sure you get your stars. Faculty member and resource person of 4 Indian FAMER regional institution, that is of CMCL, FAMER Ludhiana, GSMC of Mumbai, PGS FAMER of Coimbatore, MAHE, that is Manipal Health Institute. She's also a global faculty for FAMER at Philadelphia. She has awards, that is Commonwealth Academy Staff Fellowship Award, CMCL FAMER Fellowship from Ludhiana in 2007. She was awarded from Philadelphia in 2009, and she is the International Fellowship in Medical Education from FAMER USA. She's also co-edited, along with Dr. Tejar Singh, Principles of Assessment in Medical Education. Without much ado, I present to you Dr. Anshu. Let's hear from the expert. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nancy. Let me share my screen. At the outset, let me thank Dr. Prabha, Dr. Ponchitra, who first called me, and Mrs. Preeti for inviting me over here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are my slides visible?
Yes.
Right. So good afternoon, everybody. And I was given the last talk, and I thought that everything would have been finished by the time it came down to my talk. But I just realized that my session falls under the section, the future. So I took the liberty of tweaking the title that was given to me. And my title for today's talk is Best Practices in Blended Learning for the Future. Today, we talk about Education 4.0. And the World Economic Forum report says that around 50% of the current workforce will require reskilling by 2025. What do we mean by Education 4.0? When we talked about Education 2.0, we talked about education where students used a bit of technology in their learning. Education 3.0 was when the internet and some digital tools were available. As a result, education was imparted using certain internet facilities. But now, in the future, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, where our lives are going to completely be changed, not just by all the digital tools, but also by robotics, by artificial intelligence, and the amalgamation of all these tools. So are we as people and are we as learners prepared for that advance that will happen not very far from now, from around 3 years from now? So our job as educationists, as teachers, will be to prepare the next generation, the next workforce with these new skills by 2025. And are we prepared for the same? And this is Education 4.0. This report, called the Schools of the Future Report 2020 by the World Economic Forum, talks about the characteristics of high quality learning, where it says there are 8 important skills that we need to give our students. And these are global citizenship skills, where people are aware of their civic responsibility. They're aware of global issues like the weather, the climate, like the surrounding, the social cause. They need to have innovation and creativity skills. Technology skills will be mandatory for all of us, where each one of us will have to know computer programming and to know how to handle different techniques, because that technology is going to invade our life like never before. We are going to have to look at personalized and self-paced learning. Let's talk a little more about what that means. Accessible and inclusive learning, problem-based and collaborative learning, and most of all, we have to end up being lifelong learners, and student-driven learning becomes important, because we can't say we stop learning at by the time you finish graduation. Learning will be a lifelong process, and each person will have to look at what they want to learn. They will find ways in which they will have to learn. And we in the educational institutes will have to do massive changes to ensure that we are catering to each and every learner and what they want. So overall, we will look at a shift towards a more holistic transformation of education systems globally. Yesterday, Dr. Prabha referred to this report from the University Grants Commission of India, where it talks about the educational transformations for the future. And they say that in a few years from now, students will be able to pick teachers and timing of their choice. And this is what the new education policy says, that this flexibility is there, that students can be anywhere and they can pick up the teachers who they think they are best. So your quality will determine whether people are going to come to your school or not. So the kind of teachers that you have, the kind of expertise that you have will determine whether your admissions will be 0 or full. Students can frame their own courses. When we say this, nowadays, they say that our colleges are very rigid. You have very fixed frameworks about whether you can do science or whether you can do arts and what you can do. But there will be a time where it's going to be more student-centric and you can frame your own courses. So if you feel that along with nursing, you need to do a little bit of palliative care, you need to do a little bit of science, basic sciences, or you need to do a bit of geography. So you can be allowed to take that kind of change. So your credits, there is something called the ABC, or the Academic Bank of Credits, which the new education policy is permitting, which means there is going to be a great deal of flexibility in what a student wishes to learn, how the student wishes to learn, whether you want to go to a college and study, and whether you want to study online. And these permutations and combinations will all have to be possible in a very few years from now, not very far from now. So your training can be through any mode. There will be some aspects which are practical and experiential, where we expect students to come to you to come and get a hands-on experience. But the theory part can easily be done online. And the things we need to be really worried about is that learning will be on demand. When the student wants to learn something, that material must be available with you. And assessment will also be on demand. So when the student feels that they're ready to give the exam, that we should be allowing them to take the exam when they feel that they are ready. So the future is going to be very different from what we are doing now. Learners should be able to learn at their own pace, at their own place. So our educational institutions, or at least our idea or concept of what an educational institutions is going to be, is going to radically change in the future. And the question is, are we prepared for that breakthrough change, which is very, which is at the corner, should I say? So I have a few best practices which I have lined up. There are 10 best practices. There can be many more. But let's start with, if you want to start a blended learning course, how do you start off? I would say, in the words of Stephen Covey, start with the end in mind. What do I mean by saying start with the end in mind? What are the 21st century skills that your graduates should have is the first question that you're going to ask. So if you are producing nursing graduates, what are those skills that your nursing graduates should have? Start from that and go backwards. So you design your blended course to meet your intended outcomes, and decide then how best can blended learning help in achieve these outcomes. So don't start off because I have a fancy technology. This technology is a new toy that I have. Let me try this out. No, start from what you want in the end and then go backwards. And this is, you start with your outcomes first. Now, the World Economic Forum has come up with this skills taxonomy, as they call it. And this document is called the Reskilling Revolution 2030. So the competencies of the future, yes, we talk about cognitive, sensory, and psychomotor, but the focus here is on attitudes. They talk about global citizenship. They talk about social and civic responsibility. A lot of things goes into the kind of people that we are trying to graduate. So they have to have self-management skills and attitudes, of which some of these, they have a whole list, are resilience, stress tolerance, trustworthiness. They pay a great deal of emphasis on active learning and active learning strategies, which include curiosity, adaptability to change, and willingness to learn. How are your graduates going to work with people? Are they good leaders? Are they good team members? Can they support others who need help? Do they listen actively? And there are a whole lead of these skills. I think you can go back and search this document called Skills Taxonomy, Reskilling the Revolution 2030. Along with it, the 21st century skills include innovation and creativity, a great deal of emphasis on how creative you can get. You will need problem-solving skills, critical thinking, creative thinking. A big chunk, which we don't do too much, is digital and technology skills, which we will have to include irrespective of whether they're doing medicine, nursing, or engineering. And learning skills, language skills, which means you have to be multilingual to succeed in the next generation, the next world to come. The second best practice is plan properly. You can't get up one morning and say, today I feel like starting a blended learning course. And the problem with most of our courses is that you think that the same PowerPoint which you used in your lecture hall can again be used on the same, use the same in a Zoom platform, and this makes it in blended learning. No, it doesn't make it blended learning. Because when you are doing a blended learning session, Even now, when I'm talking in the full screen mode, I cannot see your faces. I don't know whether you're sleeping, whether it's lunchtime, whether you're hungry. So I have to think of other ways of interactivity. So the same PowerPoint which I use in a classroom will not work here. I will need to introduce some kind of interactivity. And when I say blended, it means I have to look at the advantages of face-to-face, which means I need to have the personal touch when I'm teaching. Technology, yes, is a medium by which I'm communicating. But if you're going to lose out the human aspect of it, it is no longer going to be blended. It's just going to be cold online learning. So how are you going to plan properly? This means planning ahead in terms of policy, planning, resources, scheduling, and support. In terms of policy, when you plan to start a blended learning course, your leadership and management have to be very clear about why they are doing so. What is the need for doing so? Your institutional policy and strategy has to be very clear. Usually what is going to happen once you say blended learning, in every institution, you're going to have one or two very enthusiastic faculty, and they will start their course. Now the course, the administration, everything will be on the shoulders of one or two persons, and this course is going to fizzle out in a few days because they are going to get burnt out. So it's important that your policy is clear, your strategy is clear, your departmental structure and design, who's responsible for what, who's reporting to whom, how are you going to maintain the quality, and then where is the money going to come in? Till when is that management going to support this project? What is the infrastructure that you're going to have? What is the incentives for faculty for doing all this? So these things have to be thought out before you just jump into blended learning. When I talk of planning, there are two kinds of planning. One is the strategic planning, where you have to think about what your needs are, what your goals and objectives are. You have to think about the potential costs in terms of technology. What is the mode of delivery that you're going to use? Is it feasible for your students? In terms of human resources, that is your course developers, you will need instructors, you will need technical assistants, you will need administrative support, you will also need infrastructure. But behind all this, you will need operational planning. How are you going to promote your course? How are you going to encourage people to have admissions into your course? How admissions, fees, what is the assessment plan? So somebody in the backdrop has to do all this planning, and the task of the teacher or the course developer will remain with the instructional design. So the same teacher cannot do all of it together. So the work has to be divided like you run a college. Even in blended learning, the task of each individual will have to be clear. Coming next to the resources, you will need financial resources, you need seed money to get started, infrastructure and setup, all of this needs money. Human resources, you will need skills in instructional design. Blended learning is a big job. People are not used to it. We were not trained in blended learning or e-learning. So we will need special training in that. However, medical education and curriculum development, experts need to be involved. And yes, you will need technology, people with technical skills who are, you need technical infrastructure, which is latest, which is up to date, which is reliable, which doesn't crash easily, and which is easy to use. Scheduling, how will your course be scheduled? Is it going to have a fixed session like you have nowadays, where it's a 9 to 5 session? Or is it flexible that any person can walk in anytime in the middle of the course, can join anytime, it can be multiple entries, multiple exits? How flexible are you going to allow the course to be? Are there going to be deadlines for assignment submission? When are the assessments going to be done? Is it assessment on demand, or is the exam going to be held on one day? Is the exam going to be online? Or are you going to have your own centers where you can come and give exams? So all of these questions have to be there. You cannot underestimate the value of support. I did my master's in health professions education from Maastricht, and just next to the cafeteria was a student service support center where people were there to look at your computers. So whether your computer crashed or whether you're not able to upload your assignment, little things, there were at least 4 or 5 people constantly working, and all of this was free for the students. So if you're going to do a blended learning course, expect that things will go wrong, and there has to be support for that. And not just the students, the teachers also will need support. They can develop their courses, but uploading the material, seeing the assignments whether they're there, automating the grading, all of that will need technical support, where it's not the medical education or the nursing education people there working, but there will be other people. This requires a lot of time management skills also. So how are you going to do all of this is to be completely planned before you jump into this vast area called blended learning. And I think Dr. Manjunath did warn all of you about the different things which can go wrong, and that was a good session. So another warning about other best practices: don't try to modify what is already there. That's going to be very difficult. You usually get stuck with that framework. So if you think that this is how I'm going to I teach nursing students today, and tomorrow what I'm going to do is convert the same thing online, it is not going to work. My advice would be to start from scratch. That is, leave that and then build your own new thing again. That will become much easier. We don't want more of the same thing. It's not enough to deliver the old content in a new medium. It's a complete new rethink, a redesign, and a restructure. And you need to create a transformative environment. So if you have to go, as I said, go backwards, decide what skills you have for the future, and then which part you will deliver online, which part you will deliver face-to-face, that has to be completely decided. The unfortunate part about blended learning is that, yes, on the one extreme, you have classroom face-to-face learning, and on the other extreme, you have the computers, the online e-learning. And when you blend it, sometimes the unfortunate part is you're not blending well enough. The reason is that when you're saying blended learning, the pluses of face-to-face have to be retained. The personal attention that student gets, the motivation, the teamwork, the feedback, all have to be retained. And then this part about self-paced learning, tracking, reduced cost, mobility, being anywhere in the world and get studying, that also has to be retained. So the reason why we're not doing very well in blended learning is that you're not blending well enough. And the definitions of blended learning are very vague. What is exactly enough is not defined anywhere. So what you need to do is to design for synergy, see that all the elements weave together well. So it's a beautiful tapestry that you create. It's a beautiful fabric that you create, where everything has to be harmonious with each other. One important thing when you're doing blended learning is not to forget that your students are going to work in teams. So do not restrict it just to nursing or just to your specialties. Blend within your departments, that is one. Blend with the related professions, at least medical, nursing, dental need to be talking about blended courses. So multidisciplinary tasks have to be there, and blending blended learning, e-learning, face-to-face, all of this gives us an opportunity to develop your courses in a multidisciplinary manner. I'm just giving you one, Sheetal showed you a lovely examples of what he's doing in Patan. I'm just giving you one example, a very short example of what we do in Sevagram. Sevagram is a medical school, which is primarily community oriented. And we use the Moodle platform. This is screenshots from the Moodle platform. We call it the MJIMS classroom. Now, one of the important striking features of Sevagram is that we have a village adoption scheme since the last 50 years. So what we do is every year, one batch of students adopts a village, which means every student is allotted 4 to 5 families. The students are expected to go to those families, collect data from them. They learn with the families, which means they will collect the immunization data from there. They will collect the dietary data from there. They will look at the windows and the doors and look at hygiene, sanitation. So everything is practically taught. Whatever is in the textbook is actually go to the family in the village, collect the data and learn about it. So this is our village adoption scheme, and students follow up these families for the whole 4.5 years. Now, what we do here is that on the Moodle platform, there is a notice board. We tell them about the concept, and this is how we structure the course. Now you can see here there are a number of different announcements which are happening here. Now this one allows them to write reflections. We give them reflections. So if you have gone to the village, interacted with people, and you found something very striking, so you can write about them here, and these teachers give you feedback. And if they come, there are different sections to this feedback online course, and they give them badges when they complete the course. The family allotment data is also given on this Moodle platform. Now, all the goals, the outcomes, and what is expected is written here. Now, all these resources are uploaded on the Moodle platform. One important thing is that this is visible to me as a teacher, but these are not visible at the same time to all the students. If today I'm going to study environment, only this is going to be visible to them. The problem is if you have put all the course together at the same time, there's a great deal of cognitive overload. So the student gets confused about what to do. So this is a very structured thing. I will open up only what is being taught that day by putting a tick, and that only that will be visible to the students. I have a few nephews and nieces who are in school, and they are worried about the cognitive overload. The problem with online learning is there is no 5 p.m. end mark. So it's not like the school has closed. So what is happening here is that every teacher comes in, they give them homework, and the poor kids are studying till 2 o'clock in the night, trying to finish their homework. So try not to do that, because you find it very easy to go online and say that your class is finished, but the students are struggling with so much work. So it's important to know how much work a student is getting when you're doing online teaching. And this will happen when teachers sit and talk to each other. Today, what am I going to give? So other departments, you have to know what other work has been given by the other departments, because the student is otherwise going to be burdened with that cognitive load. Now, what they do is every day that they go, they have given a different task. Sometimes they are asked about to enter the data of each family member. Sometimes they talk about environmental health, under 5 schedules, adolescent schedules. So all of this data is there. Now, what we make them do is collect the data and enter the data online. So at the end of the camp that they have, 15-day camp, these people end up having a whole, they have different questionnaires to work on. Every day is a different activity. So what they do is at the end of the whole camp, we have the data of the entire village, right? So if you look at this course, it's not just you dump all the learning material together and say, read on your own. No, we give them things to do. They can share their stories, they can submit their reflections. This is a glossary because we have the villagers speaking Marathi and we have students coming in from all over the country. So this is a glossary prepared by students themselves, where they write the Marathi words for the clinical words. So it's like a clinical dictionary that they have created. And these are all the things that students have written, the reflections, how language was a barrier, how the elderly feel lonely, how they found the different stories are being shared by the students here. So you can see how they have all learned from here. So this clinical dictionary was created by the students, Marathi to English and English to Marathi. So you can see how well it has been blended. And it's not just doing one thing. You have to give students things to do. I can't see these photos because I'm not part of the community medicine department, but every batch uploads the photos and they talk about their cases and best practices. This is an example of blended learning. Now, remember that when we are talking about the future, where we expect our students both to be self-directed learners and lifelong learners. So we have to move from a system where you stop studying, you decrease, as you grow older, you stop learning. It's not true. Everybody has to continuously improve one's skills and acquire new ones. You decide what you need to learn and keep learning. The next best practice is to design for diversity. Here, we're talking so much, and I think this has been discussed already. We're talking about accessible and inclusive learning. So learning is not confined to people who have money, who have access to school buildings, but you can be anywhere in the world, but you should have access to learning, and therefore it's inclusive for everybody. So the best blended learning will be where you harness the full potential of blended learning, and make it available to everybody when on wherever they require it. So this map comes from the World Economic Forum again in that report, and it says, what is your style of teaching? Is it passive or is it interactive? So the darker colored ones are the interactive ones, and you can see that India is not completely in the darker zone. So a lot of our schools are somewhere in the passive zone. This needs to change. We need to trust our students to learn on their own and teach our students to learn on their own. The focus in blended learning has to be on flexibility. So the key is that we have to deliver personalized and self-paced learning, which means your system cannot be the standardized fixed system that we have now. And this has to change and be based on the diverse needs of each individual and flexible enough to enable each learner to progress at their own pace, which means in your classroom, if a student finishes learning quickly, for a quick learner, you need to give something more challenging for the student to do. If a student is not very good academically, you will have to learn whether that problem is with the whether the student needs academic support or psychological support. So individually, you need to give feedback to the student and see how you can help that student. So it's customized feedback. So I use an app on my phone, which tells me how healthy I am. So the app on my phone expects me to have a pedometer. It warns me if I don't do my 10,000 steps each day. It requires me to do my workout every day. It tells me that I have to enter what I've eaten. And the moment I type in samosa, that app warns me. It tells me that no, this is not good for you. So just like that, app is customized for me. Every student will need a personalized online learning assistant. So this means that the student will get feedback about where they are, how they are doing, what is their progress, how many assignments remaining. So that is the kind of content that you have. So when you say a personalized learning experience, you have to give them flexible tools and contents. So for different students, they might require different paths, different speeds, different pace, and different performance tasks. So you have to give them options when you're giving them tasks. The same assignment might not work with everybody. It's targeted instruction where it will be aligned to specific learning needs and learning goals. Student reflection is something which is important. It promotes ownership of learning and data-driven decisions, because you will have a number of assessments, and all this data will inform you about what a student understands, what he does not understand, where he needs to repeat something. So this record keeping becomes very easy with automation. And you have specific data of where and grades of how a student, in what aspects is the student's strengths, where his problem areas are, where he needs to change, right? So this means you have to give personalized learning, timely prompt feedback, some of which can be automated, some of which has to be individualized, customized support where a student needs help. But at the end of it, the students have to know that they are accountable for their own learning. So they are responsible for time management. They have to submit their assignments by deadlines. So this system has to be in place. The seventh practice is that you need to collaborate and communicate to make the system work. Collaboration has to occur, as I said, between teachers. When you give an assignment, you need to know what other teachers are also doing. You need to plan the curriculum together. You need to reduce the cognitive load. It's important when you're doing this at the beginning and later to share your successes and setbacks. So discuss amongst yourself what is working, what is not working, how can things change. Reduce the things which are repetitive And always don't forget that the student is at the center. So plan interaction and engagement activities for the students. You also need to see that students collaborate with each other. You have to give them group work, you have to give them project-based learning. Sometimes some schools have also tried peer teaching, where the good students teach the ones who need help. Peer mentoring also works. So groups of students working with each other is important. It's important not to forget the value of emotional connect in social learning. And that is why in COVID, even though all the students were online, they were not happy because social isolation does not work. There is this community of inquiry framework given by Garrison, which talks about the educational experience. And an educational experience is best achieved by 3 elements: the cognitive element, or the textbook, or the knowledge, or the information which is there, which is already there online. But this alone does not happen. It needs teaching presence. So the teacher's job here is to select the content and also to move from simple to complex, make that content available in bite-sized assimilable pieces. It is also important that without the social presence, the educational experience is going to be very boring, very bland. So students need to learn from each other. The teacher helps in setting that climate by giving them opportunities to interact. And when students learn from each other, they support, they have discussions, they have discourse. That makes the educational experience more exciting. So you cannot forget all these 3 elements in the community of inquiry framework. So when I say value the emotional connect, remember that social learning is very powerful. So every blended learning course needs to have interactivity, engagement. Remember that the students need to feel together, even though they are staying apart. And the different ways of doing it, there are 100 ways of doing it. Have group activities, assignments, discussion boards, and also allow them to interact informally. Yes, PBL, as Sheetal showed you, is a good method for collaboration. You need to move from process-based towards project-based or problem-based content delivery. Always talk about peer collaboration and think about what they're going to do in the future. So as realistic as real life is possible. I think nursing students do this best, where you push them into the wards as early as possible, where you tell them to work with real patients. In medicine, we don't do it that well. We wait till the internship. So this, what you're doing, is much more better than what we do in medical colleges. And keep that work on, because the authentic real life situation will help it. The 9th best practice is you need to prepare educators and learners, which means mentally also they need to be prepared, and they also require training. When it comes to educators, they need to be oriented. Why are we shifting to to blended learning? What is the need for change? Because there will be resistance to any kind of change, and a change as big as this will definitely have people saying, "Kyun naya kar rahe ho? Why are you doing this?" So it's important to take people along, orient them. If they're feeling uncomfortable with the change, train them in technical skills. But the key is that the instructional design, if it's good, everything else will follow. So decide the instructional design first, and then decide which technology will work for you there. And of course, you will need technical support. First, as far as students are concerned, they must also know why you're shifting online. Convey your expectations from them. This is the generation which needs to go in and do things in a self-directed manner. So tell them that the teacher will not be dispensing content here. The teacher will facilitate your learning, but your learning is to be done yourself. You have to manage time. You have to learn how to regulate your learning. You have to see and develop those metacognition skills and emphasize accountability. You are responsible for submitting your assignments. You're responsible for your group tasks. You're responsible for contributing to the group. All of these have to be emphasized right from the first lecture onwards, your foundation course onwards, actually. And the last principle is start small. If you start with a very big thing, you will falter. But it's when I say start small, but start right now. So start incrementally. And as you start incrementally, take small steps. Always keep taking feedback from your teachers and the students. See what is working, see what can be improved, and then you gradually expand. So these were the 10 best practices for blended learning. Start with the end in mind, plan properly, start from scratch, blend well, and design for diversity. Focus on the flexibility of learning at their own place and pace. Collaborate well, communicate well, value the emotional connect, prepare educators and learners for this change which is going to come, and start small, but start right now. As a child, all of us were told that, yes, whenever you colored something, color inside the lines. I think it's time to be creative, and that is how blended learning works. The moment we start coloring outside the lines, you have something beautiful emerging. And it is time for this change to happen. This change is something we cannot ignore. We cannot have a period of status quo and say that, no, we're not going to move around. We don't have an option towards it. So yes, it's time to color outside of the lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am Anshu. You made me walk down the memory lanes when rarely we used blended learning. And yes, you gave us the mantras to make sure that we succeed and are motivated to use the blended learning method. Just to highlight, she's already highlighted, so I'm not going to recap. I'm going to give you the essence of it. Yes, NAP has asked us to get into blended mode. Pandemic asked us to get into blended mode. It's not that we did not know. It's just that we need to start thinking and planning out of the box, keeping in mind the key mantras given to us by ma'am. If we do that, I'm sure our students will enjoy, and we too can learn from our students, because when they go into the field, they go and collect data. She has walked us through the method of blended learning used by the Department of Community. It's not that we have not been doing it. We have been doing it. And especially, as she rightly said, nursing has been doing it. First year foundation, how do you give an injection? We make them get an orange, ask them to poke an orange and see how the needle goes in. So now you know how the needle goes in. Now, poke into you or into your classmate and see what the needle feels like. So we connect the emotions to the skill, and we make sure that the competency goes through. So we, as teachers of nursing or any health field, we do not have to fear from blended learning. All we need to do is keep an open mind, and surely our challenges will be converted into success. And for NAC, that's what all universities are governed by. We have success stories of using innovative methods of teaching in our classroom. And if we have the innovative methods, and if you have listened to all the 4 sessions of today and yesterday very focusedly, we surely will be able to make sure we make a mark in change of education. So come to 2030, there will be a new change educational system in the healthcare field and in nursing. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I think we can take them up. Is it so, ma'am Prabha?
I think there are no questions.
Yeah, there are no questions. If anybody had any confusions in their mind, ma'am, you have definitely removed it off.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would say that was an outstanding session. And madam, you had said that all of us, whether teachers or students, everyone needs transformation. And in the previous session, also in Dr. Manjunatha's session, we have learned, we think that students are well versed with the technology without understanding their own emotions also. So, and you rightly said that attitude, knowledge, and skills, these are all 3 very important ingredients that every health professional should have. So that was also emphasized very well. And what we are practicing now cannot be implemented and changed to blended learning. We have to start from scratch, rethink, redesign, and transform. That was very beautifully explained. And you have also shown on the slides the best practices you are doing at your institute on the Moodle platform to give more clarity. It was an amazing session. Thank you very much for connecting with us and giving us all the inputs with regard to best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this.
I also thank Dr. Nancy Fernandez, madam, for initiating the session, for introducing the resource person, and for concluding the session very well. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
over
you.
to Preeti Banerjee.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Anshu. It was such a wonderful session. Now we'll move to the next session, that we will start with the remaining e-poster presentation. So delegates, those who are remaining to have their e-poster presentation displayed, please be attentive during the session. And we have completed till P012, so we will start with P013. So we'll start with P013 e-poster presentation. Thank you so much, Nancy ma'am, for chairing the session. Thank you so much. Delegates, the post-test link is displayed in the chat box. Kindly fill the post-test link.
Afternoon, respected dignitaries, myself Komal Katre, first year MSc Nursing student from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamote. So today I'm here for presenting poster on blended learning. So in that my topic was 3 critical components of a blended learning. So here I'm sharing my screen. Before I discuss the 3 elements, I present the definition of blended learning, or what is a blended learning. Blended learning is an approach that combines traditional classroom teaching with online instruction. Blended learning is also known as a hybrid learning or mixed mode learning, in that the intentional utilization of 3 simple elements, that are the direct connection, materials and protocols, and follow-up. So first one is a direct connection. The direct instruction and online learning components of blended learning classroom should be tightly connected. This is a key and far too often missed in environment dubbed as a blended learning classroom. Second one is a materials and protocols. During direct instruction, students may benefit from graphic organizers of any lesson. The purpose of the daily follow-up is to clear misconception, solidify understanding, and connect this experience to previous learning. These 3 elements allows groups of the students to engage in direct instruction with the teacher, while at the same time permitting another group to work independently utilizing online or technology-based materials. So here I conclude my topic. That we can see the definition of what is a blended learning and what are the 3 critical components for a successful blended learning are the direct connections, materials and protocols, strategic follow-up. Thank you.
Our next participant is P014.
Good afternoon all. Myself Shraddha Rane, first year MSc Nursing student. Today I am presenting my poster on blended learning. My topic is complex adaptive blended learning system model, that is a CABLS model, which is a model used for the blended learning. In that there are 6 elements are there, and the first element is a teacher, second is the learners, third one is a content and technology, then support, and then institutional. The CABLS is designed to facilitate a deeper, more accurate and understanding of a dynamic and the adaptive natures of the blended learning. So these 6 elements are interrelated with each other, and they are helping to do the blended learning. So first component, that is the learner. The role of a learner changes or adapt as a learner engage for a first time in a new way with the elements in the system. Then the second component, that is the teacher. The teacher is also a new in a blended environment and with co-involve with the students as both engage with and adapt to each other and the other 4 elements in the system. Then the third element is the content. The subject matter is still an important influence on the delivery of a learning. Then the fourth component is the technology. So the technology is a general term refers to the equipments or a mechanism that extend the human capacity to get things done, and the creation and the use of a technical means and their interrelations with the life. Then the fifth component, that is the learner support. The helping learner masters and the content and become a competent has to the part of their education and the learning support. Then the last and important, that is the institutional support. So institutional support is a necessary if not sufficient condition for a successful blended learning. So blended learning, that is the CABLS framework, analyze learning into a complex and the dynamic system of 6 interacting elements, which are teacher, content, technology, institutions, and the learner. So here I'm concluding my poster.
Next, we will start with participant code number P015.
Respected dignitaries, myself is Meenakshi Mulsar. I'm first year MSc Nursing student, a student from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, County, Navi Mumbai. Today I'm here for presenting poster on blended learning. For this, my topic is a self-directed blended learning. Now I'm going to share my. So this is my poster. So what is self-directed or blended learning? It is a students use combination of online and face-to-face learning to guide their own personalized inquiry, achieve forward learning goals, connect with mentors physically and digitally, etc. As the learning is self-directed, the roles of online learning and physical teacher changes, and there are no forward online course to complete. Then next we will see the strategies. There are 7 strategies for learning the self-directed. Our next participant is code number P16.
I hope the participants are filling the post-test link which is provided in the chat box. Please fill it.
Due to the network posters is not opening. Send it again.
तो अगेन से बोलोगे थोड़ा टेक्निकल इश्यू तो टाइम लगेगा सबको आप till that you can fill the post-test. Delegates, we are facing some technical issues. So by that time, you can fill the post-test link which is provided in the chat box. Soon we can have the technical issue resolved. We will again display the remaining e-poster presentations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. Myself, Tejal Kalekar, first year MSc Nursing student. I'm from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. Today I am here for the poster presentation of blended learning. My topic was face-to-face drive model. Here, share my screen. Face-to-face drive model. Introduction. The face-to-face drive model is a type of blended learning in which the technology used alongside traditional teaching to increase success in the educational outcome. Face-to-face classroom teaching is the main mode of delivery in this model, but the technology is used to supplement learning. Face-to-face learning tips use of plenty body language and facial expression to help keep the student engaged during supervised learning. Some are the benefits of face-to-face learning model. Safer learning environment. It is a focus on academic achievement and maintaining higher standard, fostering positive relationship between staff and student, and encouraging parental community involvement. Second one is the interaction learning process. Interaction learning process, interaction between teacher and learner in the different setting, which allow for the information dissemination in the turn how to learner information in the received by the learner. Third one's more peer-to-peer interaction. Peer-to-peer interaction describes an approach to interaction and collaboration between the participants, a shared project or activity that is characterized by network-based organizational structure, a shared common resources. Fourth one is greater learner engagement. The greater learner engagement involve emerged learner are with the course they are the taking for the course to be a successful. Everyone involvement emerge to engage. Final thought on the face-to-face learning model. A key aspect of the face-to-face learning model of blended learning, it is that is a law standard to education technique to continue to drive engage. It is a model of blended learning that is associated with the traditional teaching method because it is a use to digital technology to facilitate lesson delivery without undue interruption on the greater good of the whole class. Here, I have referred website ResearchGate and slide mode of blended learning.
here, which are the described below. I conclude my topic. Thank you.
आखिरी में आप किए गए ऐसे क्यों किए?
Our next participant is code number P017.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. I am Ankita Patil, first year MSc Nursing student from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamuthi, Navi Mumbai. Today, I am here to present poster on blended learning. My topic is online lab school model. So here, I am sharing my screen. Online lab school model. Introduction. The online lab school model involves the use of computerized distance learning for all or almost all of its content. The conventional education that is conducted in classroom or a lecture theatre is not needed, and that teachers where they are used will mostly function in the role of a student resource. Then what are the benefits of school online labs? First, schools that do not have enough teachers. Second, schools that want to teach non-traditional subjects. Third, schools that have a limited resources. E-learning is the part of online lab school model and having some related factors like blended learning, serious game, smart board, web 2.0 and mobile learning. These all are the part of e-learning and online lab school model. Then, how do you conduct teaching online labs? First, identify of your lab activities can be delivered online. Second, provide student with raw data to analyze. Third, promote interaction. Fourth, access to software. Fifth, investigate virtual lab options. Sixth, useful articles. Then, final thought of the online lab school model. The online lab school model of blended learning allows for a wider range of academic subjects to be offered than would otherwise be possible. Especially when funding is tight, it can be useful investment that will benefit the entire student body. I refer from some websites like viewsonic.com and study.com that is mentioned below. I would like to conclude my topic. We saw the introduction, benefits, how do you conduct online labs, and final thought. Thank you.
We have not given the details out.
Next, we will have the presentation of code number P018.
Good afternoon, everyone. Title of my study is Effectiveness of Plant Teaching Program on Knowledge Regarding Effects of Sugar Sweetener Beverages on Health among First Year Basic BSc Nursing Students in a Selected Nursing College at Karad. My postal code is PU18. Background of the study is sugar sweetened beverages are typically defined as a beverages containing added caloric sweeteners such as sucrose, high fructose corn syrup, or fruit juice concentrates, which include but are not limited to soft drinks, food drinks, sport drinks, energy and vitamin water drinks, sweetened iced tea, and lemonade. Sugar sweetened beverages are the largest source of added sugar in the diet in today's generation. Drinking high amount of sugar sweetened beverages such as soda can have various adverse impacts on health, ranges from increased chances of tooth decay to a high risk of heart disease and metabolic disorders. There are limited studies regarding sugar sweetened beverages consumption among young adults attending college. Those that exist propose that majority of students consume sugar sweetened beverage in more quantities. The aim of the current study was to assess the effectiveness of plant teaching program on knowledge regarding effects of sugar sweetened beverages on health among first year basic BSc nursing students in a selected nursing college at Karad. Objectives of study are to assess the nursing students' existing knowledge on sugar sweetened beverages, to find the effectiveness of plant teaching program on knowledge regarding effects of sugar sweetened beverages on health, to find the association of students' knowledge scores on effects of sugar sweetened beverages with the selected socio-demographic variable. Methodology. An evaluative research approach was used for the study. Study was carried out in selected nursing college by one group pretest post-test design. Non-purposive sampling technique was used for selecting 80 first-year BSc nursing students, those who have not undergone any training on sugar sweetened beverages. On the first day of pre-test, structured knowledge questionnaire was used for collecting data, and plant teaching program on effects of sugar sweetened beverages on health was conducted, and followed by post-test on the 7th day. Data collected, tabulated, and analyzed in terms of objectives of the study using descriptive and inferential statistics. Results. In the part A section, distribution of subjects according to sample characteristics shows that maximum students were in the age group of, that is 52.5% of the students, and 80% of the students were female, and 48.7.5% of the students were belonging to Hindu and Christian religion respectively, and maximum 62.5% belongs to urban area, and their monthly income, maximum parents monthly income was 15,001 to 30,000 rupees in among 41% of the students. Occupation of the parents, mothers, maximum homemakers, that is 90%, and majority of the students were from agriculture and self-employed background, that is 38% and 34% respectively. Level of knowledge of first year basic BSc nursing students regarding effects shows that in the pre-test, maximum 56.3% were in the average category, whereas in the post-test, maximum students were in the 72.5% were in the good category, and this knowledge scores were distributed according to mean plus standard deviation and mean plus minus standard deviation, and they are grouped among 3 categories. And part C, the effectiveness of plant teaching program on knowledge regarding effects of sugar sweetened beverages on health shows that in pre-test mean was 13.3, which increased after plant teaching program to 19.4 out of total 30 score, and standard deviation was in pre-test 3.6 and post-test it was 4.4, and unpaid t-test value was 9.5, which is significant, less than 0.05% of significance, and hence shows that plant teaching program was effective in increasing the knowledge of the students. Part D, association of students' knowledge scores on effects of sugar sweetened beverage with selected socioeconomic variable shows that monthly income of the family was the only variable that is associated with the knowledge scores of the student, and no significant association with other variables. Study concludes that the plant teaching program can make significant rise in knowledge levels of nursing students. Educating the students would help them to prevent the future complications of sugar sweetened beverages on health by reduction in consumption, and also spread the knowledge to others in community. These are my references. Thank you.
Next, we will have the presentation of code number P019.
The dignitaries and participants who must be this platform. our management of acute respiratory distress syndrome. So first, before management system, we should understand what exactly this ARDS is. So basically defined by Berlin's criteria, it proposed three categories that mainly severe hypoxia, mild, moderate, and severe hypoxia. According to it is based on PO2 and FiO2 settings, and along with this explicit criteria, it is related to timing of onset of symptoms, origin of edema, and chest radiographic findings that we can see in the X-ray CT scans. So mainly in management system, what exactly happens in ARDS is mainly there's alveoli are filled with fluids, and it is unable to meet the needs of oxygenation to the multiple organs. Mainly in management of ARDS, inclusion criteria is acute onset of PO2 by FiO2 less than 300 is one of the criteria, and the second criteria is bilateral patchy, diffuse and pulmonary infiltration that we can see in the radiography. And if in case we should always suspect for any left heart failure. If yes, then cardiogenic pulmonary edema supported by clinical signs or pulmonary capillary wedge more than 18 mm of Hg that should be monitored. Next is echocardiographic evidence of left heart failure that should be seen. If not, then we should always go for the ARDS diagnosis. If it is ARDS has been diagnosed, then calculating per body weight in kilograms. Then mainly we should understand that according to the severity, ECMO can be given. ECMO is nothing but extracorporeal corporeal membrane oxygenation. That is in that mainly veno-venous ECMO is one of the most priority thing. And along with that, mechanical ventilation. In mechanical ventilation, neuromuscular blocking agents are given tidal volume, plate pressure, and RR is mainly more than 35, is less than 35 maintained. Then oxygenation is one of the thing which in mainly FiO2 more than 60% is delivered and PEEP more than 10 centimeter of water. Then acid-base balance is most important thing in acid-base management, managing acidosis. It is mainly managed based on its severity of acidosis. Also, in acid-base management, alkalosis is also mentioned. And along with that, diuresis, that is MAP is also, MAP should be around more than 65 mm of Hg. Along with that, with the help of vasopressors to avoid the hypoperfusion. Then prone ventilation for more than some suggest 16 hours per day or 18 to 20 hours per day is given mainly, and caution should be taken in case of tracheostomy, chest tubes, or any obesity or ascites or any spinal injuries, burn patient. So this needs to be taken. So this is one of the pathway for acute respiratory distress syndromes management in first 24 hours. Thank you.
Next, we have the presentation of code number P020.
A very good afternoon to all. Myself, Zaida Khan from second year MSc Nursing student from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. I'm here to do my poster presentation. So my topic is Pathway for Advanced Cardiac Life Support. So in this, we are using certain emergency treatment for life-threatening cardiovascular conditions. We are using certain advanced medical procedures, medications, and techniques to revive the patient. So as soon as we see a patient with a cardiac arrest, we will start with the basic life support activity. That is checking the breathing pattern, airway management, and resuscitating the patient with cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Then we will activate the system. We will give 30 chest compression to the patient with a ratio of 2 ventilation per 2 minutes. Then we will attach the patient to the monitor if patient has revived. If the patient is admitted into the hospital setting, we will stop the CPR. We will assess for the pulse of the patient, carotid pulse, and rhythm of the patient. That should be less than 10 seconds. If patient is having pulse, that means patient has revived, and we will shift the patient to the ventilation support. If patient is having no pulse, then we will be checking for the 4 components, that is ventricular tachycardia. In this, it is nothing but when your heart beats very quickly And we can observe that we are having a wide range of QRS complex in the ECG. In ventricular fibrillation, we can see the heart is unable to pump because of the twitching of the chambers of the ventricles. So that is ventricular fibrillation. In both the cases of VT and VF, we are giving shock to the patient with the help of defibrillator. In this, we are having biphasic and monophasic. In biphasic, we will deliver 120 to 200 joules to the patient, followed by 200 or equal to 200 joules to the patient. In monophasic, only 360 joules has been delivered to the patient. After that, we need to administer amiodarone to the patient. The first dose is 300 mg, which is followed by 150 mg of the amiodarone to the patient. It works by blocking the electrical signals in the heart that can cause irregular heartbeats. Then, if patient is having asystole or pulseless electrical activity, we need to give CPR for 2 minutes, in which we give the CPR, and we have to keep that in mind that the chest compression should be for 10 seconds, and we have to push hard. Allow the complete chest recoil, and we have to minimize any interruption, and we have to also avoid any excessive ventilation to the patient. So we have to keep in mind that all the rhythms have to be administered a dose of epinephrine, that is adrenaline, which has to be repeated every 2 to 4 minutes. So these are the different specialized activity or specialized instruments, that is with the use of injections and CPR and defibrillator or the ECG rhythm we can use, and we can revive the patient in this. So this was all about
Dear all delegates, the post-test link and the feedback link is again posted in the chat box. Please fill it with your proper details. The name which you are filling and email ID should be proper so that you can receive the certificate without any hurdle. Our next presentation will be of code number P021.
Sushil Umane. I'm a clinical instructor at Kasturba Nursing College, Sevagram. So I'm here to present my poster regarding attitude of nursing students towards nursing profession, a digital survey. I'll start with the introduction. So nursing is a noble profession which is based upon art and science. The future of the nursing depends upon the nursing students who are studying in the colleges and schools. Well, their perception towards the nursing profession determines the future of the nursing, and that's why I choose this study. So regarding methodology, so I used a non-experimental descriptive research design for my study, and the study was conducted in the month of December 2021. So I use exponential non-discriminative snowball sampling for collection of the data, because data was collected from whole Maharashtra. So I prepared a tool in the Google Forms, and which has 2 sections. First, demographic, and second one involves the 14 different questions regarding the nursing profession. And these are based upon certain domains which were identified from the previous researches. The tool was found valid when I calculated the reliability by Cronbach alpha, which is found 0.75 and valid. So I prepared this tool in the Google Forms, and then I generate a link which is distributed among the students, and then they distributed among their colleagues, their friends, and the other nursing students. So this is how I collected the sample. So in the result part, I have found that almost all the participants, that is 477 participants, are having the positive attitude towards the nursing profession, which is very good result. And among all the participants, the maximum participants were female, that is 92.8% of participants. Then regarding the different, I collected data from the different course students such as GNM, BSc Nursing, and Post Basic and MSc Nursing students. So among all, BSc Nursing students were maximum students, that is 73.03%. And then in the result part, regarding association between demographic and the attitude of nursing students, so only the age group were found significantly associated, which is consistent with the previous studies findings. In the previous studies also, the age was found very significant. The age factor, the age of the nursing students were from the 18 years to 26 years only, because the nursing students only involved in the study. I have also asked one open-ended questions regarding the why they choose the nursing as a career, and on the analysis I found that there are different factors which influencing their decisions, such as their caring nature, then the parental influences, that's why they choose nursing as a career, then it's part of luck, and there was the if you have any question, please.
The next presentation we will have of board number P022.
Everyone, myself Mahima Yadav from second year MSc Nursing from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. Today I am here to present my poster. So my topic is pathway for stroke management. So first we will see what is stroke. Stroke is damage of the brain from interruption of its blood supply. So for the management, identify sign and symptom. First we need to identify sign and symptom of stroke. So what will be there? Block artery, leaking or bursting of the blood. That will be the symptom of the stroke. So first, after their NINDS goal, what is NINDS is National Institution of Neurological Disorder and Stroke. That goals are critical emergency assessment and action in that support ABC. Oxygen will be given. Perform pre-hospital stroke assessment. Establish time of symptom. Trigger a stroke center. Alert hospital. Consider direct transfer to CT and check glucose and treat if needed. Then ED arrival. ED refers to the emergency department. If patient arrival with the stroke within 10 minutes, immediate and general store, all we have to assess, or we all have assess in the NINDS. After that, when ED arrival in 25 minutes, in that immediate neurological assessment to stroke team, review patient history, establish time of stroke onset or last known time, perform neurological examination. After that, does CT scan shows any hemorrhage? If yes, hemorrhage will be there, then consult neurologist or neurosurgeon. Consider transfer. If not available, then begin stroke or hemorrhage pathway, admit to stroke unit or ICU. If CT scan doesn't shows hemorrhage, then probably acute ischemic stroke. Consider fibrolytic therapy. In that, check for the fibrolytic exclusion and repeat neurological examination. Then patient remain candidate to the fibrinolytic therapy. Candidate means if patient shows that yes, patient need fibrinolytic therapy, then review patient benefit and family. If acceptable, give RTPA. RTPA refers to the recombinant tissue plasminogen activators. In that, after ED arrival within 3 hours, then begin post RTPA stroke pathway. Then aggressive monitor, BP monitor as per the protocol, whatever protocol of this stroke. And then for neurological deterioration, BP will be monitored and all monitor will be done. Then emergent admission to the stroke unit or ICUs. This will be done when ED refers to the emergency department, arrival within 3 hours. So these are the reference which I have referred for this pathway for the stroke management. Thank you.
Our next participant is P023.
Hello everyone, myself Arpita Khandekar from MSc Nursing second year from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Kamute. So today I'm here to present a presentation on pathway for post-CABG patient. So CABG is a surgical procedure used to treat coronary heart disease. It diverts blood around narrowed or clogged parts of the major arteries to improve blood flow and oxygen supply to the heart. On the day of the operation, we have to arrange the ICU. We have to check all the ventilators, cardiac monitors, infusion pumps, suction bottles, and O2 supply and emergency medications. We have to check whether everything is there or not. And after receiving the patient, we have to attach all the cables to the patients like ECG leads, BP cuff, SpO2 probe, and we should secure all the lines of the patient such as catheters, IV cannulas, femoral line, arterial line, CVP line. Every line should be in situ. Then we need to take follow-up orders of post-op orders, and documentation has to be done for every procedure given by a nurse. And on the day of post-op day 1, all the blood investigation has to be sent in the morning itself, including CBC, electrolytes, serum creatinine, and chest X-ray and ECG as per the doctor's order. And we have to check if there is any new doctor's order on post-op day 1. Then we have to administer warfarin or acetylene according to the protocol of hospital or according to the physician order. Then on post-op day 5, we have to check the 2D echo, and we have to check for a dressing if there is any oozing in the dressing. Then if everything goes well, then we have to start with the discharge procedure. For the discharge, we have to take Xerox of all the documents, all the reports of the patients, and except discharge card has to be given to the patient's relative only, and we have to take the signature from the relative. Then proper dietary instruction has to be given to the patient relative. In case of bulb patients, advice warfarin and acetylene, again that has to be according to the hospital protocol or physician order. Then follow-up medication on a day, and advise high-risk symptom, immediately report to the physician. If there is any symptom which is an adverse effect, the patient has to come to the doctor and report him immediately. So that was the pathway for post-CABG patients. Thank you for listening.
The next presentation is of code number P024.
Today, my poster presentation topic is integrated teaching and professional education. As per the Harden et al. In 1986, it defined their group members are defined. Integrated teaching is an organization of teaching matter to unify the subjects which are often taught in separate academic courses or various departments. So mainly this integrated teaching process, it will be helping, it is promoting the integration of all the subjects to the students, deep learning, meaningful learning process, recall of knowledge, retention of knowledge, application of knowledge, and it will be working as an interdisciplinary working components will be taking place. So it is make it as an entire whole process of academics will be covered. So mainly we can take it as one example for this integrated learning process. Mainly we can see the tuberculosis. So as a student, we are studying about tuberculosis. The part of the tuberculosis conditions, we have to study various subject components, mainly medical surgical, pharmacology, microbiology, pathologies. So like this, we are studying separately the each subject components regarding the particular disease condition related to the tuberculosis. But we come to that is called as a piecemeal learning. So when come to the integrated methods of teaching, so we have to study all the integrated components within a single umbrella. Mainly, you can take it as a medical surgical or pathology or microbiology. So everything we are integrating and we are studying through integrated teaching. So it will be helping for the student for better understanding the subjects. As per the Harden et al., he is divided the component related to the integrated teaching. So he mentioned some their group members are mentioned from the 11 components. So related to this integrated teaching methodologies. So mainly isolations. So what is that isolation? So it is we are making a fragmentations in the teaching. So each and every component we are making it as a fragmentation and we are teaching. The next step is awareness. So awareness means teaching in one discipline, it make aware of that what is covered in the other disciplines. previous teachers or previous disciplines, what they have covered. We are interrelating that and we are teaching. Then harmonizations. What is that harmonization? We are having the connectivity in the other subjects. So that is called as harmonization. We come to the nesting, that is the infusion of the subjects. Targets within a discipline based course skills related to each discipline. So that is called as a nesting. So when we come to the temporal coordinations, we are having the parallel teaching. So the coding is the first aspect. So we are having later topics in various disciplines scheduled at the same time. So that is called temporal coordinations. Next is module 6 is sharing. Sharing means we are making as a joint teaching programs. So two disciplines plan jointly teaching program. It is called as sharing. We come to the core relations. So we are in the demographic program approaches. So yes, small integrated teaching sessions are course in and otherwise this discipline based teaching with no other integrated. Then we come to the complementary programs. So complementary means we are having the mixed programs, both integrated teaching and discipline based teaching with curricular changes, including their assessment process also. That is called as the complementary programs. So next we come to the higher order of teaching, that is a multidisciplinary approach. It is a contributory approach. So we are having contributing, bringing together the large number of subjects areas with problems, topics, or issues we are focused. So that is related to multidisciplinary approach. Next we come to the interdisciplinary approaches. So we are making two or more disciplines. So we are interdisciplinary, we are teaching. So that is interdisciplinary teaching. So finally we are having the transdisciplinary. So transdisciplinary means we are making it as a problem-based curriculum. So here the discipline lose their identity completely and become a part of the real world of participating care. So that is what we are happening, transdisciplinary. So these are all the different steps associated with the integrated teaching strategies. So when as a students in the medical education or nursing education, we can follow this integrated methodologies so we can easily learn and we can make it as a better understanding in the teaching learning both process. Thank you.
With this, we have come to an end of e-poster presentation. For the next session, I would like to request Mrs. Preeti Maria, Associate Professor, MGMU Bombay College of Nursing, to continue. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. So we have come to a conclusion of 2 days e-conference on blended learning. In these 2 days, we have seen or we have heard regarding various aspects and various forms of blended learning. The day was begun with the introduction with an overview with the blended learning by Dr. Prabhake Dasila. She briefed regarding the introduction overview about the blended learning. She started like how the blended learning evolved from 1840 to the present era, prerequisites of the blended learning, the various blended learning activities which can include in the supported as well as the traditional activities of the teaching learning process. She explained how integration of the virtual as well as the traditional teaching enables both instructors as well as the students to become the learners. Our first session was followed by the next speaker, that is Dr. Siddha Dubashi sir, who spoke or highlighted regarding the role of teacher as well as the role of learner in the blended learning. And sir has clearly told us regarding or deliberated regarding the myths associated with the blended learning, the prerequisites for the teachers to assess in the blended learning, the role of a facilitator as well as the role of a teacher, responsibility of a student. He also explained the myth of the blended learning in inclusion of teaching into the curriculum, and the reality is the teacher's ability to use the teaching to personalize the learning process for the students. He explained true teachers are those who help us to think for ourselves. A third session was about the models and the types of blended learning. And it was dealt by Dr. Anish Bashir sir. He spoke regarding the various models and various types of blended learning: face-to-face, rotational model, flex model, online labs, online drive, self-blended learning, etc. So he also explained in detail regarding the rotational model, flex model, as well as gave the explanation regarding how to plan and how we have to plan ahead depending upon the audience as well as the discipline, and based on the feasibility, and always plan an innovative blended learning before you impart the learning. We concluded the sessions of first day with paper and poster presentation. The day to today, we started with the introduction as well as the welcome speech. And the first session was dealt by Dr. Ajay Samalti sir, who spoke in general regarding the content development of the blended learning, who told regarding a brief on the models of blended learning, the different types of blended learning, the rotational model, enriched virtual model, flipped learning, flipped classroom. He also explained how to engage the students in the blended learning mode, and he has given the experience on the Microsoft education as well as regarding the academic writing, and he has given some of the some links he has sent, like we'll send this link in your mails regarding the various courses that you can do for your future. The next session was by Dr. Sheetal Bandari. He spoke regarding the assessment and evaluation of the blended learning in detail. Sir told us how in his institution in Nepal, how this particular assessment and evaluation is going on. So he has mainly stressed on the assessment of flipped classroom, team-based learning, topic presentation, and he's also explained how the faculty has to prepare for the assessment of the formative as well as the summative learning methods. In the flipped classroom, he has explained regarding the formative assessment, how it has to be done. He has stressed regarding the individual readiness assurance test, IRAT as well as GRAT form of test, forms of summative as well as the formative assessment, flipped summative assessment, how it has to be done, mid model as well as end module assessment. So he has given various examples. He showed the 3 examples how they are doing in their colleges, the summative as well as the formative assessment. Our next 6th session was dealt by Dr. Manjunath Nagaraj sir. He has told regarding the various challenges as well as the strategies to overcome this particular challenges. So he has spoken regarding the different types of A's in the student challenges, that is the acceptance, attendance, attention, adaptation, assessment, possible barriers like availability of the resources, awareness of the resources, regarding the resources, acceptability, affordability, accountability. He also explained regarding the students' perception as well as the performance is very important, and how this pandemic has given a challenges to the teachers. And he has told what are the challenges also the teachers will face while in the blended learning mode. That is the fear of high expectation, fear of being judged, then technophobia, and various other challenges. He has also explained the challenges or the strategies to overcome these particular challenges. And the last session was dealt, today's last session was dealt by Professor Dr. Anshu, who has spoken regarding the 10 best practices of blended learning. She spoke regarding the flexibility and quality, need, student-centric learning, practical and experiential learnings, learning and assessment on demand. She spoke regarding the planning and in various level, planning, policy making, strategic planning, types of different plannings like strategically as well as operationally, how you can plan, start from the scratch, start the new methods, blend well along with the students. Important, she also explained the importance of multidisciplinary manner of doing the blended learning. And we have concluded the today's sessions with the rest of the presentation as well as the poster presentations. So I hope these 2 days have given you the various the deliberation of the sessions have given you the insight and what the objectives that we planned for our blended learning we have achieved, and hope you gained adequate informations as well as whatever the websites that Dr. Samalti sir has given, that will be mailed to you in your mail IDs. Now we are going to display the winners of the paper as well as the poster presentation. So we had together 19 paper presentation participants, that is 19 people were there, they are from the faculty, as well as we had e-posters, that is together we had 24 posters, in which 12 were there from the faculty side and 12 were there from the student side. So these are the winners of the paper as well as the poster presentation. So for the paper presentation, that is the first prize is Mr. Basant Danun. He is an assistant professor as a PhD scholar from Bharatiya Vidyapit College of Nursing, Sangli. The P6, his chess number. Next, the second winner is Mr. Chanda A. Surve. She is a PhD scholar from NIMS University, Jaipur, Rajasthan, P19. And the third winner is P4, Miss Neha. She's a tutor of Mother Teresa College of Nursing, Aurangabad. So these are the prize winners of the paper presentation. Next is the prize winners of the poster presentation in the faculty category. The first prize goes to Miss Archana Maurya, Professor Radhika Bhai Meghi College of Nursing. The second prize winner is Miss Lakshmi Sudhir Nair, PhD scholar, Krishna Karad from Karad. The third winner is Miss Sujata Gaikwad, tutor, Mother Teresa College of Nursing, Aurangabad. This is the poster of the faculties. Next one is the student poster presentation winner. That is Mr. Snell Alvarez, first prize. Second prize goes to Miss Aarti Patil. And the third prize goes to Miss Mahima Jadhav. All are three are from MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. So a hearty congratulations for all the winners, as well as congratulations for all the participants of the paper presentation as well as the e-posters. So we have come to a conclusion of this 2-day sessions. I take this opportunity to thank each and every person who involved directly as well as indirectly in this 2-day sessions. I take this opportunity to thank the first one, a management as well as a patrons, that is Kamal Kishore Kadam sir, Dr. Shashank Dalvi sir, our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sudhir Kadam sir, a Medical Director of MGM Hospital, Dr. Nitin Kadam sir, that is Pro Vice Chancellor MGM IHS, also the entire management for giving us the opportunity to conduct this national e-conference. I take this opportunity to thank our organizing committee, our director, Dr. Prabhake Dasilla, all the members who are contributed immensely during this 2 months. And also a word of thanks to all our resource persons from day 1 to day 2, as well as chairperson. The resource person have given all their experiences and vast knowledge, as well as a chairperson have contributed, as well as chaired the session. This is a great opportunity for all the people to contribute about what are the experience and what they in their colleges are, and as well as the universities going on. Thanks to the resource person as well as the chairperson. I take this opportunity to thank our beloved delegates who patiently listened for the 2 days of conference, even though it is a half-day conference, but the patient listening as well as cooperating with us. Thanks a lot. And a special thanks to the IT department for their contribution for the 2 days in this e-conference. Once again, thanks to all the participant delegates, as well as invitees, as well as in-house faculty members. Your certificates will be delivered to you within 10 days of the within the 10 working days. I hope everybody has filled the post-test as well as the feedback forms, and all the based on the feedback form, your names as well as the email IDs, your certificates will be delivered, and also your e-receipts for the payment also will be delivered to your emails. Thank you.